Okay, so good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Safety Management Masterclass with myself, Fabian Buckley. Today is the 20th of February. We'll be conducting the training today, and then we'll be reconvening again on the 6th of March. The reason why I also give you guys a nice big break is because there's quite a lot of information to absorb and also to read through. So some of the training is also a bit of self-learning, and a lot of it is obviously what we're sharing within the day sessions as well. So I want us to start nice and early so that we can take a small break, especially during lunch. No, Sundays are normally days that we'll spend with our families, and then back at work on Monday. So yeah, please let's try and keep to the times, and you know that this is not a monologue, it's a dialogue, so let's participate as much as we can. I think introductions we don't need to do for today again, because both participants at the moment, there's a few others that have not yet joined us, know each other from yesterday's training that we conducted, which was the she file training. So we'll go straight through into the breakdown of the masterclass. So as I've mentioned, it's a 2 days of online masterclass conducted over 6 hours with a short 5-minute break in between the hours, with accumulated over 12 hours. So we're going to be going through project conception, front-end loading, project initiation, project definition and planning. We're going to be looking at some scope and budget, work breakdown, risk management. We're also going to be going through project launch or execution, the status and tracking. We're going to look at some KPI forecasting as well. It's going to be project performance and control, objectives, deliverables, efforts, and cost tracking. And then we're going to be looking at project closeout, which will include the post-mortem of your project, project punch list, some reporting, and then we're going to cover audits, investigations, risk assessments, and how best to manage your teams. And then there'll be a few lessons learned and other great nuggets. And then we're going to be looking at project closeout and wrap up. So just for information's sake, if you don't understand, this is quite a high level training that we're covering, because it covers a lot of project management. It looks a lot into project management and the functions and roles of project management, but how it interrelates with safety and how we both can support each other from a project management perspective, as well as from a HSE perspective, as to how we can work hand in hand to best manage the project as a team. So please, if I may ask, this training, you're going to require to have some writing materials with you. So if you do not have any writing material, a pen and paper, I'm going to give you all 2 minutes, and then you can just quickly show me a thumbs up. If you have your pen and paper with you already, you can just put your thumbs up, and then we can proceed. Also, I will do my best not to kill you guys with the PowerPoint slides. Okay, I see Shalaika already got a thumb up there. As I mentioned, I'll try my best not to kill you with too many PowerPoint slides. Unfortunately, a lot of the information is through the PowerPoints. I've also shared with you the participants manual as well, which will also assist you. But as I explained, that's more for personal reading. It does follow more or less with regards to the presentation that I've prepared, but it's not 100% page for slide, if I can put it to you that way. All right, but majority of the information is available and for your perusal. Okay. Okay, so as I mentioned, I'll be sharing some basic information. I have shared the links as well with you via the email, which is a link to the Google Drive. You can click on the links when you have a chance after the training, and then it'll ask me for access for you guys. I'll grant you access, and then you can download the material at your leisure as well. Okay. So just a few agreements that I like to put up as per yesterday's training as well. So as I mentioned, this is an interactive masterclass and not a monologue. Okay, it's a dialogue between all of us, so we need to share and participate as much as we can. As of yesterday's training as well, a thumbs up is when you ask question to indicate with a thumbs up amongst the group if you agree with it or if you have had any experience with it or not. And then I'll ask you from time to time to please show your thumbs up to also know that you are happy with the section, and then we can also move on. And then we have the hands up icon. Please use this icon if you would like to speak or ask a specific question. Okay. I'll be asking random people questions sometimes, so please be fully engaged during the period. With regard to the parking lot, I explained this to you guys yesterday with the parking lot, that if you have any statements or questions that are not specifically relating to that specific area that we're covering at the moment, it will then go into the parking lot. And then at the end of the session, please write it down what your questions are. And at the end of the session, I will allow you to start. I will allow you to ask your questions. Sorry, I was reading a message as I'm talking to you guys as well. Apologies there. Okay, so masterclass, how will we learn, right? So obviously, I like to put some fun into it if possible, wherever we can. Let's add some fun into our learning environment. It's always good to have some fun in there. It'll be interactive. We need to share our experiences amongst each other. I had a few good classes, master classes that I was running last year as well, and we had quite a lot of sharing. There was some excellent sharing amongst the teams, and there was a lot of growth from the sharing as well. So let's share our experiences, and feel free to share your experiences, please. We need to be open-minded, okay? We need to have positive learning objectives within ourselves, to think that we are going to achieve what we are setting out to achieve, and we're going to make it work for ourselves. We need to encourage each other where required. We need to listen to others. Obviously, we are all grown-ups, we're all respectful, so we need to listen to each other, not talk over each other. And as I mentioned before, let's follow the hands up approach, and I will acknowledge each person. The first person that picks up their hand will speak first, and the other person will be able to speak thereafter. And then obviously with regards to timing, I will try my best to keep it within a timely manner. But also from you guys' side, please, if we agree on a 5-minute break, please try and keep to that 5 minutes as much as you can. As I mentioned yesterday, I need to, we'll have our break at 9:30. We'll have our first 5-minute break. And let's try and keep to those times, please. Please, if you can also remind me from time to time with regard to the timing, because I sometimes get carried away myself and I don't have somebody assisting me with the time. So if I may ask if somebody can just remind me if I do go over the 9:30 time, that somebody can remind me, please, that we've gone over it, so that I can give you guys your bio break. Right, so another thing is that's quite important is if you see this rock on the right hand side, that's a golden nugget, okay? So why I've thrown this into this presentation is because some of these things that I'm going to be sharing with you guys is either my own personal experiences, my own personal implementations through the years that I've done, or it is something that I've learned along the way that I feel can help you guys significantly within your careers or within the specific section that we are covering within the training. Okay, so yes, I hope that we've covered all aspects and we can now proceed. So before we proceed with the training, I'm going to please ask you guys to do me one favor. With the writing materials that you'll said that you'll all have, Gloria and Shilaika, if you can please, this Lavelle also trying to come in, sorry. If I may ask, with the writing material that you'll have, please write down for me, what are your goals? Okay, so what are your goals for attending this masterclass training? That's the first goals that you're gonna write down. You can just write down 2 or 3 goals from that you'd like to gather from this training over these 2 days. And the next one that you will write down for me, please, is what is your 5-year personal goals that you would like to achieve within your life? This is just for you. This is not for anyone else. The second one is for yourself. The first one is for us at the end of the class. We're going to come back to it and we're going to ask you, do you think that you've achieved your goals based on the information that has been shared with you all today? And on the 6th as well when we convene. Yeah. Okay. So please, I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes. Just write down 2 goals that you would like to get from this class. And your second one is please just write down what is your 5-year personal goal that you'd like to achieve within your life. It can be a career goal. It can be a family goal. Whatever the goal is, just write that down for me, please. Okay, thank you. So let's proceed. I hope everybody's written down their goals. So now we're going to dive straight into the training itself. Please, as I've mentioned, get yourself your writing material. Please, good morning, Larell. Please if you don't have, get yourself some writing material, a book or writing pad and a pen. For your notes, there's quite a lot of information that we're going to be going through. And if you have any questions as well at the end of the session, you can ask those questions. So yeah, let's dive straight in. As I've just for information's sake for Laurel that join in a little bit later, it's the training is very intense and it's linked a lot to project management. So the advantage of this is that once you've attended this kind of training, you understand the entire fundamentals of projects, how they start, how they end, how they manage and how they end. And this gives everybody a clearer understanding as to what the project management team are focused on, what they're doing, and where you can also come in and assist them with regards to what you identify within the gaps that you find as well. Okay. So let's start. So firstly, we're looking at this slide that is covering us for project roadmap. Okay. So firstly, we're going to say, what is a project roadmap? Okay. A project roadmap, according to a definition, the definition of a project roadmap is an overview of the key stages of a project It's typically built to a timeline and it includes deliverables, objectives, milestones, and resources. Okay, so it is unlike a detailed project plan, a project roadmap provides a high-level view without delving into the day-to-day or nitty-gritty tasks and owners within each process as well. Okay. So when we look at it, we say that project managers, they use roadmaps to give teams and stakeholders a snapshot view of a project's status. It's helping them to keep everyone aligned. Or put otherwise, a project roadmap will clearly communicate the strategic decisions behind why a project is being delivered in the first place. So for example, it may articulate the overarching company objectives that a project aligns with, or how it may be impacted by company-wide dependencies and updates. Okay, it is the critical elements of roadmaps include the following. It's an overview of the entire project, schedule and timeline for completion. It has specific key milestones that are being considered. It looks at dependencies and it looks at how resources are being allocated. So we got to ask ourselves, what do project roadmaps do? Project roadmaps act as a reference point to ensure everyone on the team shares the same understanding of a project's strategic objectives. Now, we know in safety, we always talk about targets and objectives when it comes to safety that we would set, or the client would set within the specification to tell us that we need to have so many minimum recordable cases. We need to have so many lost time injuries or zero fatal incidents. We're allowed to have so many near misses within a month reported, etc., etc. So those are the kind of targets that we would normally set. And then we'd set other targets like 1 million LTI free hours over the next 4 months. You know, things like that is our targets that we normally set. But when we're looking at it from a project roadmap perspective, they are setting specific targets overall, which will include safety as part of it. Okay. So as projects progress, the market environment can change and new information can arise that needs to be factored into the project's execution. All right. So we're going to be looking at various aspects within the project, and I'm just starting off with a roadmap because it gives us a clear indication as to what where's our starting point and where's our end point and what happens in between that as well. So you'll see that we'll be talking about your planning, which entails your Gantt charts and those kind of aspects that we'll be looking at as well. But this is just an overview with regards to what a project roadmap entails. Okay, so the pre-project phase of a project we're looking at is the abstract. Pre-project planning is the project phase encompassing all the tasks between project initiation to detailed design. It is at this crucial stage where risks associated with the project are analyzed and the specific project execution approach is defined. This was an extract from Yu Ren Wang, Assistant Professor, Department of Construction and Engineering. Now, when we look at the project lifespan cycle, like we have your cycle within your precipitation of rain with evaporation and the processes that follow there through as well, there is your project lifespan cycles as well. So this shows us that there's an idea that starts off, and from that idea, there's a pre-project aspect where there's a study that is conducted prior to the project starting, and then we have initial discussions taking place. Then we have phase 1, phase 2, and it goes on into your intermediate phases, right? So that looks at your project life cycle period from your pre-project up until start up of commissioning until final completion and handover. So you can see that there's the transition period. If we have to look at it from the transition period after the green arrow, we then go into the startup or commission, and then we have the final acceptance that will come in where the client now will take over from that project as well. Okay, so next we're going to be covering a few more topics as well on the different stages. I know that everybody asked, why is there 5 on this one and 6 on SACP CMP's one? I'm going to be referring to both. Okay, so we have to understand these as well, that some countries obviously utilize a 5-stage and some of them operate on a 6-stage like us. So this is what I was referring to now with regards to the 5 important stages and phases of project management. Now, you know, you might be asking yourself this question now, hey, what did I get myself into? I'm attending a course now that's teaching me about project management, but I'm a safety officer and I want to be a safety manager or director one day. But how much better if you understand the complete concept of a project and how it works, how it starts, how it's initiated, where you can come in already and start advising your company from the get-go with regards to potential risks and hazards and mitigations that you can already foresee. If you have a much better understanding and grasp as to how everything is working around you. Okay, for some of you, it might be a wake-up call and say, hey, I'm in the wrong job. I'd actually prefer to be a project manager. So I'm going to rather go study to further my knowledge in being a project manager or my education. And that's the route that you might end up taking after completing this course as well. But what's also good is that you'll understand within the different stages and phases that they also talk about, you will identify where the safety agents come into play. Safety managers are also participating, and then obviously the safety officers. Now, I'm sure that many of you guys do not plan on staying safety officers your entire life. And I'm sure that many of you are furthering your studies and your experience, and that's why you're attending such courses like this, so that you can expand your knowledge and grow as professionals. And I'm sure that that's why everybody attended this course. So I hope that from what you are going to be understanding or reading from the information and what I'm going to be sharing is going to open up your mind a lot more to understand these deeper aspects. And as I said as well, also to show you what the agents are actually doing, because there's quite a bit of information that I've shared within this presentation on the functions of the agents as well. Okay. So let's dive into this section. So the first one we're looking at is project conception and initiation. Okay. So at the project conception and initiation, you're looking at the project charter and project initiation. Okay. The next one we're looking at is project definition and planning. Okay. So what does this entail? It entails looking at the scope and budget, the work breakdown schedule, the Gantt chart, which I've mentioned. I'm going to go into a bit more detail into that as well. Communication plan, risk management as well. Okay, so that's also obviously where we come into play on the risk management side of it. So a lot of this has to do with the agents, especially on stages 1 and 2. And then we're looking at the safety manager and the officers coming in from 3, 4, 5. Okay, and 6 as well. So with regards to the project launch or execution, we're now looking at the status and tracking. We're looking at some of the KPI processes. We're looking at some quality, and we're also looking at forecasting as well. Then we go on to project, project performance and control. And when we're looking at project performance and control, we're looking at some objectives, some quality deliverable, which is more of the quality control processes, quality assurance as well. And then we're looking at some efforts and cost tracking, and then also performance. How's the project performing? Similar to the KPI processes, but more looking at your specific milestones and targets and deliverables according to the milestones that are set up contractually. Okay. Next, we're looking at project closeout, which is under stage 5. And that's where we're talking about the post-mortems, your project punch list, and your reporting. Now, if you understand project punch list as well, this is more the QC side of it, where they're looking at pending control, uh, uh, pending quality control items that are on a punch list, that are your category 1, 2, or 3, and based on the categories, it would determine whether they can close out these specific punch items, and it can then be handed over to pre-commissioning or commissioning, and also handed over completely to the clients at the end. And then we have our reporting, which would coincide with our closeout or wrap-up reports or closeout reports. Okay, so now we will be looking at each of these phases, but what will be completely different is I'll be explaining the intricate safety aspects and what I have done and what I have learned as well through the years. I will be sharing some basic information and some theory, considering that for some attendees, they may not have heard of these aspects as well within their careers. So the reason why I'm sharing this is because when you are sitting, and I explain this in all my masterclass trainings that I've done, when you are sitting in a meeting, for an example, and people are sitting and having a conversation and they're speaking about project initiation, or they're talking about Gantt charts, or they're speaking about a forecast, or whatever the case may be, or a post-mortem or project punch list, it's as important that we as safety professionals that are sitting in these meetings understand what they are talking about, because otherwise you're sitting and you're listening to them and you're wondering to yourself, what are these people actually talking about? But if you are understanding it, even if you have a basic understanding of it, and they might ask you a question, or you see something that you might be able to even answer, they're going to look at you with much more respect, because they're going to see, no, this person is learned and they understand the concept of a project as well. Because to be honest, many a time, project management, site managers, etc., they look down on safety people. They look down sometimes even on the QC guys, but more on the safety guys, because they see you as somebody that only understands and knows about safety, knows about risks, knows about environmental aspects, etc. But when it comes to the understanding of a project, how it works, what it entails, etc., they look down on us because they think that we are dumb. Okay, so now you can have a much better understanding, and from this you'll be able to show them that we are not dumb. We understand what they are talking about. Okay, so as I've mentioned, these are the 6 stages or phases of the project through SACP CMP. I've had to throw this in here because on one of the trainings I was asked this question, and I had to explain that yes, you are correct. SACP CMP does look at the 6 stages, and I've only indicated 5 to you guys. But let me share project SACP CMP's 6 stages that they consider as well. So SACP CMP has the initiation and briefing, which is similar to conception and initiation. They also look at the concept and feasibility, which is a step before the design process. And then you have your design development, your tender documentation and procurement. They also have the construction documentation and management. And then they have stage 6, which is project closeout. So you can see there are slight similarities between the other international standards that they utilize on the 5 stages that they have, but there is also quite a few differences as to how SACP CMP sets out their projects according to these as well. And I think SACP CMP actually got theirs from CIDB, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So next, we're looking at this wheel, right? This wheel is covering us for the project charter. Okay, so this is the project charter stage 1. You can see that it starts with the definition or defining it, with what the project charter is, goes into the structure, scope, best practices, processes, and then communicate the project charter. Now, to understand what the project charter is, Let's look at it. So this is also in your notes, your participant manual as well, that you can read on your own, but I'll also be sharing the information now with you guys so you can understand. So what is a project charter, the definition and example? So I prefer this definition, which comes from Asana, which covers us on the, or mentions the following. So a project charter is basically an elevator pitch of your project objectives, project scope, and project responsibilities in order to get approval from key project stakeholders. Okay, in the charter, you should provide a short, brief explanation of the main elements of your project before you get started. So if you have to look at it in this way, if your project manager has an understanding of the project, he has the idea, obviously it's not going to come from him, that's going to come from somebody else that I'm going to be sharing with you. I don't want to jump the gun. If he's in a elevator and there's somebody that's there and he says, hey, I heard that you're considering doing this project. What is the project about, and can you explain to me a little bit more about the project? And in that short ride from the ground floor up to the 20th floor, that project manager must be able to explain to that person what the project entails and what is a couple of the key targets and objectives, etc. Okay, and that would be seen as the elevator pitch that he would have done within that period. So a project charter is a document that, while describing the purpose of a project and its scope, it legally authorizes the beginning of the project. Okay, so what does a project charter contain? So I'm not going to go into too much detail with regards to it, but some important aspects that it has to contain will be a project overview. It consists of the project name, the author of the charter, the creation date, the project manager, the project charter purpose, and the charter version. So what version of it is it? Revision 1, 2, or 3, etc. So that is important. Then we look at some information regarding the project detail. Yeah, you can add a detailed project description, which includes the mission, the general scope of the project, who are some of the key stakeholders, and who is the client. Now you will understand why I'm saying with regards to the client, because we will not be doing a project on our own, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there's no company that's sitting and saying, okay, I'm going to go and do this project here, unless you are the client yourself. All right, because you need funding, you need a reason for that project. It goes quite deep. So just for quick understanding, that the client will always be involved in these projects, unless you are building a building or offices that you're building for your own company, and that's a different kettle of fish altogether. So next we're looking at the project scope. Now in the project scope, what are we looking for? We're looking at the range of companies that we would prefer, including the project scope within the project detail section. So however the project is large enough, a completely separate section helps us better visualize the project scope of work. You would also include points such as objectives, goals, certain deliverables, out of scope deliverables as well, looking at what are some of the benefits, what are some of the assumptions, and risks and constraints. Now, risks are where we obviously come in, but from a risk management perspective, your project manager would normally have what we would call a risk register. Okay, so this is now where they start considering all the impacts, all the aspects that could affect the project from a risk perspective. What financially can impact the project? What politically can affect the project? What safety-wise, what can affect the project, the personnel? What environmentally can be affected with regards to the project? And then obviously looking at what are some of the constraints. And from those, they can then start looking at putting mitigations in place to ensure that the projects are managed and run efficiently. Okay, and then next we obviously look at the project team organization. We look at some of the project resource planning, what will be required for the resource planning for that project. We look at the project communication plan. Now, this is also very important because without proper communication, your project will always fail. You need to have clear understanding as to how are we communicating, what are we using, what mechanisms are we using to communicate, what is the official form of communication that we are expecting our companies to utilize when we are dealing with communication. So for an example, we utilized a company that I worked for before, Lindy. We used a process that was called Lotus Notes. Now, Lotus Notes it seems like a normal emailing process, but it is a much better system when it comes to communication through certain people. It tracks the information correctly. It keeps your emails on database. It's stored. You cannot just delete stuff off it because it keeps a record. It gives you a proper numbering system, even of your email. As you send it out, each item is numbered and stored accordingly as well. So it had a lot of benefits to utilize a system like that. But then we have other forms of communication through memorandums, through official letters, through what we call in NEC 3 or NEC 4, we utilize the term of a document called an early warning, which is a official contractual letter that is sent through to a company with regard to information shared to them about a potential issue or deviation that can be encountered. Okay, and then we look at the project timeline, which is similar to the roadmap that I showed you guys for understanding, where there's a start date, there's what happens in between, and then there's an end time, end date, and end targets as well. And then lastly, we have what we call the signatories, which is a list of signatories for the project of all the people that need to sign off on that project charter. And thereafter, the project can now start moving ahead into the contractual aspects that need to be considered. Okay, so now we're going to look at the health and safety agents / managers duties. Okay. So when we're looking at this, we're looking at project initiation and briefing. We're looking at the health and safety agents duties. So I will also be sharing within the pack that I've shared with you guys in the links, the Google Drives. You will also find what is called a health and safety agent checklist. And in that checklist, if you go through it, you will understand the different stages, which is from 1 to 6 from SSCP CMP side, and how it fits into each other, and how you can go through the checklist and you can identify what is the role of the safety agent, what are they supposed to be doing at this stage, and you can quickly tick it to verify that all of those processes have been followed. So I just want a drink of water. Okay, so let's start. With regard to the project initiation and briefing, and as I've mentioned to you guys as well, this information is in your participant manual as well. So if we look at the project initiation and briefing, it speaks about demonstrate the construction health and safety agents' competencies and resources. So this has to be identified from the beginning stages already. Before they can appoint that agent, they need to identify, is this agent competent? Now, competency, again, under understanding of definitions is a bit different when it comes to a project, because let me give you an example. I can be an agent and I can be working on massive projects, but I'm working in a petrochemical environment, and all I've been doing for the past 20 years is building plants. Okay, the client now is a conglomerate that builds high-rise buildings that are like your Burj Khalifa and those kind of things. Can I be competent, or will I be seen as a competent safety agent to fulfill that role for that specific project? Can I get a show of hands or an answer on this one? Would I be seen as a competent agent to perform that role?
Morning, Fabian. Just repeat the question, please.
Morning, Laura. So yes, my question is, I'm a safety agent and I've been working for 20 years in a petrochemical environment. I have been I've been working in this environment and I'm very competent in petrochemical environments, building plants, tanks, structural steel, piping, and those kind of activities and some civil works. But now I'm being contacted by a company, a large conglomerate that builds high-rise buildings. As I've mentioned, like the Burj Khalifa and those kind of buildings, hundreds of meters in the air, large buildings. And they have approached me now to be the agent for this specific project. Would I be seen as a competent agent for this job?
I think I'm going to say no, because your field, as you said, is petrochemical and stuff.
Correct.
That's your what's the word I'm looking for?
That's my
Forte.
niche. Yeah, that's
Yes.
my forte or my niche. Yes. So exactly. Thank you, Laurel. So that's the thing. Your experience and a document from SSCP CMP that says that I am an agent does not confirm my competence. Okay, so it has to be something that also looks at your scope of work. What are your experience? What have you been doing for all the time? You're not going to be able to be advising them on these kind of aspects when it comes to large buildings, because you've never been experienced in those activities. You never worked in it. So that's why they need to verify your competency and also look at your background as well. Okay. So next we're looking at assisting in developing a clear construction project health and safety brief. Okay, so I'm going to be explaining to you what a health and safety brief entails or what it is about, because obviously this is where we come in as safety professionals. Next, we're looking at attending the construction project initiation meetings. Now, even these as well, when we're looking at your initiation meetings, we're looking at your bid clarification meetings, we're looking at your kickoff meetings. All of those are where we also fit into the role, where we need to assist and advise the client. We need to advise the contractors as well with regards to safety, health, environmental aspects. Okay, so I'll also be touching on those as well during the training process, the training period, excuse me. So next we're looking at concluding the terms of the agreement with the client. Now, with regards to the agent being appointed, the agent's been appointed, they've verified competency, they've checked the person as experienced in the scope of work of the specific project and what it entails. And then they will have a written or documented agreement. Now, within the agreement, what will the agreement entail? That will be this where they would discuss now, what is the agent responsible to complete? What is the client responsible to complete? What does the client need to provide to the agent? What does the agent need to provide to the client? That's the agreement in a nutshell. Okay, I'm not going to go into the whole long nitty-gritties because it's not really of much importance. All you need to understand is that they will have a written agreement between each other, or one day when you are an agent, you will have your written agreement between them to say, okay, from my side, I will provide you with the baseline risk assessment, with the specification, etc. You need to provide me with the scope of work. You need to provide me with the contractual documents. You need to provide me with the relevant procurement information, engineering information, design information, etc., etc. And from that, I can derive my baseline and I can assist you with deriving the health and safety specification. Okay. So next we're looking at advises on the necessary surveys that needs to be done. So can anybody give me an example of any surveys that can be done within the early stages of a project before we're talking about spades on the ground, any excavations or anything taking place? What surveys can be conducted within those areas, in that specific area where they intend to conduct that project? Can anyone give me some examples of some surveys?
Me again, Fabian. Are you talking about like the soil surveys and stuff like that?
Correct, Laurel. So yes, we're talking about soil surveys, we're talking about air sampling, we're talking about topographic topographic analysis, we're talking about rock analysis, we're talking about geotechnical analysis that is pertaining to core drilling and those kind of things. We're looking at water table analysis. All of those aspects would be your analysis that will be conducted in that area before the project would even start. Now, if you think about it, the reason behind this is that a client wants to, they've selected a piece of ground or land, they've surveyed it and said, okay, based on the survey, the land surveying that was conducted, we have so much area, so much space to conduct this project in. Based on our initial design that we've looked at, or the concept design, we can say that based on that information, it can be done. Okay. The other option is that they will look at it and say, hey, based on the area that we have, based on what we wanted to achieve, etc., no, I'm sorry, this cannot work. We need to find a different area to do it. Because imagine how mad a client would be that they choose a piece of ground, they want to put this plant on this ground or this building on this ground, and when they actually start erecting it, they realize, oops, we don't have the sufficient space, or there's not enough area for servitudes or whatever the case may be. So that's additional cost that they never calculated within their viabilities and feasibility studies. Okay, so that's why it's important that we assist them with regards to these understandings as well. But majority of the time, look, they will have the right people, they'll have their professionals in place. But there would be times as well where they don't. So we need to also sometimes advise them on these as well. Okay. Let me just check here again. So the next we're looking at, so advising the client on the adequacy of the health and safety competency and resources of other consultants. So that's going to be the function as well of the agents, and in some cases the manager, if there's no agent required for that project. Then yes, you need to advise the client on the adequacy of the health and safety competencies. So what you would also advise them on is you would say, okay, based on the project scope, based on the project size, etc., and based on the nature of the work that we're going to be performing, I believe that we need to have a safety manager with an experience of 10 years, with a minimum of a diploma or a degree, registered with SSCP CMP as a construction health and safety manager, competent enough to perform the work, has been working in this environment before, kind of like a job description, if you will. So that information will be shared to the clients, and then when they are in the process, when they are conducting their specification, they can include that information in the spec, excuse me, so that when it goes out to tender, the companies that are tendering, they already know what the client is looking for when it comes to a safety manager. Okay. Next, we look at identifying the construction project health and safety risk profile. Now, I'm going to also be touching a bit on the risk profile as well. So I'll park that one here now. I'll go into a bit more detail with regard to the risk profile. So next we look at providing necessary information within the agreed scope of the construction project to the other consultants. I'm going to repeat that one. Providing necessary information within the agreed scope of the construction project to the other consultants. In other words, providing them with the necessary information for them to understand what is the agreed scope of work on the construction project and where they fit in, especially when it comes to the health and safety components of the work that needs to be executed. And then we look at defining the construction health and safety agent scope of work and services, as this would be your function. Okay, so as an agent, you will be defining this information, even if it's to a manager. You'll be saying, okay, based on this, what is your scope of work and services that you would need to be functioning in? So also from an agent perspective to a client, you can tell them, because many clients do not understand what the role of an agent is. What are you here for? What are we paying you for? You know, that they always would ask, so that you can make them understand why are you here, why are you appointed, what's your role, what's your function, and how you are here to assist them on this project. Okay, so quickly touching on the project briefing. What is a project brief or occupational health and safety brief? The construction clients may have particular occupational health and safety needs that are not a result of any hazard identification process, and that they would like to see incorporated into their structure. Furthermore, they may have certain occupational health and safety visions relating to the occupation of the structure that they wish to communicate to the design team. So the requirements are facilitated through discussions between the client and their PR, construction health and safety agents. Or once you are registered. So regarding the final structure, the clients may have certain acceptability requirements for persons with mobility impairments, for an example. So I've just used that as an example as to what sometimes the clients may have. They might have specific requirements or needs that are outside of the norms. You know, I'll give you a few examples, right? So for an example, they might say, we want co-ed toilets. Okay, our company does not believe in having separated toilets for male and female, but the requirement is for in the law, under the facilities regulations, you're looking at must have separate toilets, must have separate lockers, etc. So you're gonna have to advise them on those kind of points, because you get some of these more democratic type of companies from overseas, especially, that says no, we want co-ed toilets, right? So just an example. Then they would say things like, for example, no, we want TVs instead of notice boards. So we're going to be utilizing large screen TVs that we're going to be having in strategic locations that we would have up instead of notice boards, which is also a good thing. It's a more modern approach of doing things, but it's an example what would be included within your occupational health and safety briefing process as well. And then when we're looking at now the risk profile, this is just again for information. So what is a risk profile? So a risk profile is a quantitative analysis of the types of threats an organization, asset, project, or individual faces. The goal of a risk profile is to provide a non-subjective understanding of risk by assigning numerical values to variables representing different types of threats and the danger that they pose. If you have to look at it from a financial perspective, in finance, a risk profile can be a useful tool for discussing and evaluating potential investments, abilities to maximize return on investment while minimizing your risk. So what they also explaining to you in a nutshell is that they're looking at it from a calculated approach as to a quantitative analysis. So if we look at it from a qualitative analysis, when we're looking at risk assessments as well, we know that our qualitative is looking at a quality aspect of how you identifying your risk. It's easy to identify. Oh, that is a low risk. No, this can kill people. That is a high risk. That will be a rough example of a qualitative analysis. When we're looking at profiles with a quantitative analysis, we're looking at numbers. We're putting a number to the calculation. So at the end of the day, when they've punched in the numbers, even the guys that are dealing with insurances, etc., will do the same. They will come in and say, okay, this person's risk profile, risk appetite is at a 3. Okay, this person here is somebody that does skydiving, etc. They're a little bit of a concern here for us for life insurance. We're going to rate them at a 10. So when they come out and they do their calculations from a quantitative analysis, it will indicate to them that this person is a concern and we cannot insure this person for life insurance. Or if we do, it's going to cost them 10,000 Rand a month. And the normal person would only pay 3,000 Rand a month. So does this person want to accept this and take that risk? If they want to and they're paying the 10,000, then yes, okay, we will take it on at a high risk risk profile. Okay, so I hope everybody understands what is a project occupational health and safety brief, as well as the risk profile. And again, as I said, I've shared this information with you guys within your participant manuals that you can read through as well. So I cover quite a bit on, sorry, it's 9:31 now, so I've gone over the time by 1 minute. So I'll carry on again here from health and safety agents and managers definitions. So we can have a break now. It's 9:32, so we'll be back at 9:37. Please just have a quick bio break, and we'll be back shortly at 9:37. Thank you very much. Okay, so it's 9:37. Next break will be at 10:37. Okay. Okay, so let's get back. Sorry, I see a hand up, Gloria. You want to go ahead quickly with your question?
Hi, Fab. No, I was just reminding you of the time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Gloria. All right. So yes, as I said, next time will be 10:37 for our next bio break. Okay, so now we're going to be touching on the health and safety agent and manager's definition under the construction regulations. We're lucky today that we don't have a couple of foreign guys with us, because I have to always put in a disclaimer here for the guys coming from India, Nigeria and stuff that attend the trainings, that for them to understand what we're talking about and construction regulations, what it entails from us from a South African perspective. Okay, so let's dive in. So health and safety agents and managers definitions. We're looking at construction regulation of 2014. It says an agent means a competent person who acts as a representative for a client. Okay, so the construction health and safety agent means any competent person who acts as a representative for a client in managing health and safety on a construction project for the client, and who has satisfied the registration criteria of the SACP-CMP to perform the required functions. Construction health and safety manager means a person who is appointed by an employer to manage the planning and implementation of construction health and safety systems, and who has satisfied the registration criteria of the SACP-CMP to perform the prescribed functions. Now, these are definitions under the gazetted notice that was submitted after the 2014 guidelines that were issued, which gives clear definition as to what is an agent, what is a manager, and what is a safety officer, and the clear registration process where they mentioned SACP-CMP. Because if you have to look at it from a legal perspective, if you read the law, it does not necessarily indicate SACP-CMP. So Mr. Lamati, who's the Director General of the Department of Employment and Labor, he indicated it in the gazetted notice that was issued with regard to that after the 2014 guideline came out of the construction regulations. Okay. So, okay, let me ask you guys a question. When you look at a picture like this where somebody's holding up a light bulb, what do we normally think about when we think about a light bulb? What do we normally think about when we see a light bulb? Let's think from our childhood days, etc. as well. When we see light bulbs, what do they normally mean to us?
The light came on. In our older ages, it's like, oh, finally I got the answer type of a thing, you know?
Yes, so the light came on. So when we think about it, especially in the cartoons, it indicates as well. Think about it when it goes ding and the light comes on over a person's head in a cartoon. What do we normally think of? What does that person thought of? They've got some kind of thank you, Shilaika as well, you said that an idea. Don't be scared to talk. To talk. There's only a few of us in the group, so you can also talk. Okay, but yes, you're correct. An idea. Okay, so when we see a light bulb, we normally think of haha, ding ding above the head, the conception of the project. So when we look at the conception of the project, it is the stage one or phase one that we look at with regard to the project as an idea or a concept. Okay. Now, if we have to think about this, who would have the idea? Who would be the person or from which organization, etc., would have this idea? Will it be from the principal contractor? Will it be from the engineering, procurement, construction company? Would it be from the client? Would it be from a subcontractor? Who would normally have this idea? This eureka moment.
Hi.
I should I go ahead?
I think the client.
Correct. So the client is the one that's going to have the idea. That person laying in his bed or jumping in the bath and the water spills over and he says, Eureka. He's the one or she's the one sitting and saying, hey, how can we make this product make us more money? I got an idea. I think it can work. And they obviously, the boss, they can speak to the right people and boom, before you know it, there's a new plant coming up in Secunda. And they are now producing the specific chemical that can produce tons and tons of this chemical, and it is bringing in billions of dollars every year. Okay, so that's basically how it works, just a rough understanding with regard to the conception of the project. Now, also when you think of conception, you understand conception is talking about the initial process of birthing something. Okay, so in the conception of the project, this is now the birthing process of how the baby is coming to fruition, that the baby is going to be soon birthed. So the project now is the baby, and now we're understanding that process. So now we're looking at what is called the overview of project planning. Okay, now when we look at this section, we're looking at the planning stage of the project. Okay, now this covers us for the overview of project planning. What does it entail? After the project has been defined and the concept has been understood, the project team then has been appointed and you are ready to enter the second phase in the project management life cycle, which is now looking at the project planning phase. Now within the project planning phase, this is at the heart of the project life cycle, and this tells everybody involved where they are going and how they are going to get there. The planning phase is when the project plans are documented, the project deliverables and requirements are clearly defined, and the project schedule has then been created. So I'm jumping a little bit ahead here, but I'm giving you an overview and an understanding of what happens within these different areas. So this is now looking at the overview process of project planning. Again, that's the planning stage, right? Now we're talking about feasibility studies. What is a feasibility study? So tomorrow somebody is talking about a feasibility study while you're in a meeting, you understand, oh, that's what a feasibility study is. Now, at the feasibility stage, there's two key things should be accomplished in the early in the planning and feasibility study stage. Firstly, there must be a clear understanding of the project objectives, which we would get from which documents? Where would we get the clear understanding of the project objectives, purposes, and scope? Where would we get that from?
From the scope of work?
The scope of work, but that's going to come in also a little bit later. But
Later.
remember what I spoke to you about previously? In the previous slides, we spoke about there's a specific document that's going to be in place that's going to cover us for the project planning, the scope of work, the purposes, the teams that are required for the job, how it's going to be done, etc. Does everybody remember that one? Okay, let's go back to you quickly. Remember this one? The project
Yeah.
charter. Okay.
Charter,
Yes.
scope,
this is
structure,
now
best practice, process, communication.
correct. So this is now where we're going to get the information from the project charter that was already compiled at stage 1 already. Okay. So based on that information from the project charter, we can then derive out a bit of information from that. So the purposes, scope, and nature by both the client or owner and organization responsible for carrying out the work, or at least for those members of the project team that are identified by that time. The brief or other defining documents from the project charter is essential to this process. Secondly, a relationship between the client or owner and the project delivery organization must be established with clearly defined roles and responsibilities. Now, what is the feasibility study? The feasibility study outlines the work to be accomplished. It looks at the size of the project. It identifies any key issues that need to be addressed before a project is undertaken, and it determines whether the targets species can be whether the target specifications can be successfully managed at the project site. It gives an indication of whether the project will be successful or not. Okay, so what are we trying to understand or establish from the feasibility study? Can anybody just give me their own 2 cents of what they think that the company is trying to achieve from the feasibility already from what I've explained? What are they trying to achieve by the feasibility study? What do you think is the purpose of it so far? What I've shared?
My concept of that is just to see if it's doable.
Correct. To see if it's doable, to see if it's profitable, to see if it's something that's going to cost them money, they're going to lose money, or they're going to make money from it. If they're going to make money, how much money are they going to make? If it's in a dangerous environment, how dangerous is the environment? Where else can they maybe install the same plants in a different area? Maybe the coal, for an example, if they're going to be producing fuel from coal, like the gasification process at Sasol and Secunda, Sasolburg in Secunda. Maybe they can build a plant closer to where the coal reserves are, rather than them transporting it by rail, which is an additional cost. Possibly they can bring the plants closer to the area where there's coal. So, but then they got to look at, is it feasible? If it catches fire, what do we do in that regard? You understand? So there's a whole lot of different analysis and processes that they need to verify before they can just say, yes, go ahead with the project. Obviously, as well, they need to look at investors, investment. They need to look at investors that are willing to invest in these projects as well. So all of this is what these clients are doing. When you think about the Shells, the BPs, the Sasols, these big companies, they have people that are constantly doing feasibility studies and viability studies to always check, how can we do things to make it better? Where can we do it? How can it be most optimized, that we can make the most money from it as well? Because everything at the end of the day boils back down to profits, right? So the feasibility study asks 3 questions. It says, why do the project? Typically, an invasive species management project is started within the long-term goal of a restoration project. The benefits of taking action needed to be clear from the outset. We would look at the specific measurable benefits that can help to evaluate a project against certain financial costs, etc. Then the next one we'd ask is, can the project be done? To be successful, we need to look at the invasive management project must fulfill 7 types of criteria. They look at the technically feasible. Is it something that we have the expertise and the know-how to do it? Do we have the long-term control of this type of project as well? Then they look at it, is it sustainable? Can we sustain this thing over a long period of time? What's the project value at the end? Not so much the project value from a monetary perspective, but what is the project's lifespan that it has? Can this plant run for the next 50 years, or will it only run for 5 years? Okay, and then obviously the money that we've invested to start this project does not make sense, because we're not going to even see our profits. We'll only see our profits after the 7th year. But the plant is only designed to last for 5 years. I'm just giving you examples, right? Socially acceptable. Does this project that we're trying to do, is it acceptable to other stakeholders? Does the community agree with what we're trying to do? What are the greenies saying? What are the international forums, etc.? What are they saying about it? Is it going to be something that's going to be polluting the environment excessively, or is it something that we can manage, and it can be managed in such a way that we can still make money and not affect the environment or affect the communities that are living around us, okay, or can be affected by us as well, not necessarily only living around us. So that's why I said all stakeholders, right? So then you've got to also look at some of the political and legally acceptable. So what does the law state? How will it be done? Is there any laws that are coming up potentially that can affect this project in the next few years? What would the impact be? All of these things have to be considered. Then you're looking at from a political perspective, they are looking at it and saying, hey, how can this project be affected if there's a new political party that takes over in 5 years' time? What can the ramifications be of let's say an EFF taking over, and they want to nationalize everything and take it back for themselves? You know, those kind of questions that need to be asked. And then from an environmentally acceptable perspective, it will also obviously be a big factor to be considered. And then you have to look at the capacity. Do we have the resources, the equipment, the people, everything available to us at our reach in South Africa for us to pull off this project that we want to do within a 2-year period? Or are we going to have to go and bring resources from outside? If we are, what can be the ramifications of that for bringing people from outside to conduct these activities? And then obviously a big one is affordability. Is it affordable? Is it something that we can pay for? Do we have the funding to do this project? You can't go and do a project if you don't have the money to do it and you don't have the investment to do it. Then you are obviously wasting your time. And what will the project take? That'll be the last question from the feasibility side for your understanding. As the 7 criteria have been assessed above, you may identify issues that will need to be addressed before the project can even proceed. So we look at, for example, to determine the following, we'll say, is this project something that makes sense to us as a company? Are we willing to invest in this? Are we willing to ensure that we put our money where our mouth is? How much are we willing to invest? I'm going to give you all a quick example. Lindy Gas, and I'm talking about it because I worked for them recently. I can talk about the situation. We're in a little bit of a tough situation, especially with regard to COVID that came up in their project in Singapore. So they obviously not the main investor. They one of the bigger investors from Lindy Gas side for the project that has been done in Singapore. And what happened was they were put in a situation where they had to make a decision whether they're going to go ahead with the project or whether they are going to put the project on hold, or subsequently even maybe cancel the project in its entirety until maybe a couple of years' time if they wanted to. So what decision they had to make was, what do we do now? Do we continue with the project based on our current investment from another client, big clients as well? Or do we stop the project and just leave everything as it is? But then they have to think about preservation of the stuff. You know, when it comes to preservation of steel, preservation of pipelines and stuff, those things start corroding. If you are, especially in areas where they were in the Jurong Island section, it's a lot of rust and stuff that can come up because it's within the sea area, right? It's an island in the sea. So all of that now plays a factor in that specific equipment and material that's there. So they had to make a decision. So what they had to do was go back to their investors and say, listen, this is the current situation in. One of the main investors has said that they have to, they're thinking about pulling their money back for now. They don't want to invest in the project moving forward because of this current situation with COVID. So they had to go back to the drawing board and get money from their own investors so that they could continue the project without the outside investment from the other companies. And that's what they had to do. So when they looked at the feasibility process at the end, they had to reinvest into the project, and they became one of the main investors in the project. So these are the type of decisions at times that need to be made, even from a client perspective, making that decision. Okay. So that's feasibility. Okay. I know it's not got not much to do with safety, but it's for understanding with regards to what are they dealing with when it comes to feasibilities. Okay, next we're looking at the consultant selection. Now, when we're looking at consultant selections, we're looking at communication during the selection process, initial, internal and external, excuse me. We're looking at some strategies, service needs, some selection committee of who would be selected for it. We're looking at the selection criteria. So that will be clearly defined and understood by all parties from the beginning stages already. What consultants are we going to bring in based on our expertise, our own resources and availability of our people? Sometimes you might find that a company might be thinly stretched because they got various projects all over the world. So what they will do is they will go to their what's the department, subcontracting and consulting department, for an example, and they'll say, listen, man, we need 5 engineers, mechanical engineers with this criteria, this experience. We need 5 safety managers, 3 safety officers, etc., etc. And we need your guys to please find these people for us. So they would go out on a consultancy basis to these individuals, and they'll approach them and say, are you willing to come in and assist us on this project for this duration in this area? And then they'll accept contract terms and conditions, and that is how they would start the process and start working. So that is now looking at the selection criteria from a consultancy basis. Now, that was only an example I gave on individuals, but you can have consultants coming in from a company. So you can have an engineering company that would come in and advise accordingly. You can have a procurement company that specializes in logistics, movement of large equipment, etc., onto ships and those kind of things, and how that process will be conducted. They would come in from a consultancy basis. They would do what they need to do, and they would then obviously assist the project there, right? So next we're looking at the brief, the project brief, which I said I'm going to go a little bit more into detail on. The project brief now is a statement that specifies the scope of the project. It defines the objectives to be achieved and the layouts in the general way what the final product would accomplish. The brief can be prepared by the owner as a means of clarifying the need for the project, even before the project manager or design professionals are engaged. So in other words, your person that has come up with this eureka moment, this idea, that person would basically write out the brief, explain it to the people in their own way as to what does this idea mean to me? How is this thing going to work? What are you looking for as the end result? So when the project manager picks up the brief, they read it, they understand, oh, okay, so that's what you're trying to do. Wow, such a good idea. Or no, man, I thought about it and I don't see how this is going to work, because have you thought of this, and that? And maybe then the person can elaborate a bit more in the brief, Or they can say, hey, you know what, you're actually right. It doesn't make sense. Sorry about that. Sorry for wasting your time or whatever the case may be. Okay, so that's how the brief would basically work. And then we start looking at certain examples of like program development. That's looking at from a project management perspective and some of the regarding marketing and financial management, which also has a linkage. This is not so much involved in our area. I've thrown it in there so that you can have some good reading material, so that you can also understand it as well. But for me, this is just for understanding, all right? I've just shared it with you guys for understanding. Same with regards to the identification of certain alternatives as well to be considered. Now, when we start looking at the constructability analysis, now this is where the important aspects come in. Now you can see I've given you guys the samples that we were talking about earlier, that Laurel also mentioned with regard to soil samplings and those things. Now, I'm just going to give you a quick understanding of the constructability analysis, and then we're going to go on to a few other aspects as well, or other considerations for the project. You're looking at, on the constructability analysis, throughout planning and the design process, it is essential to consider whether proposed alternatives can be built and whether they can be built efficiently. The term constructability is used for this evaluation, which is a continuing process, perhaps more active during the design stage, to be described later within the specific training as well, right? So it describes the constructability analysis, which is also called constructability review. Okay, so this is now a further study deeper than the feasibility process. So during the planning and feasibility study stage, even though the development to this point is mainly conceptual, now you're still understanding that we have not yet put spades to ground, we have not yet started digging anything within that area. It is still all seen as a concept. Everything is still being done now in the mind and on paper, okay? This is the stage that we are still in at the moment. Everything has been calculated, looked at from a feasibility study, as I mentioned to you, from a viability study, and then we're now looking at the constructability study as well, okay? Or the analysis of that, excuse me. And from that conceptual aspect, we look at alternatives that will be studied for such things such as ease of construction. We're looking at the impact on the project schedule and the effects that different materials might have on procurement, installation, safety consideration, and various coordination issues among personnel. So in the constructability phase now, this is where they're starting to look at, if we have to utilize this equipment in this area, will this equipment work well in this area? Does it run in cold environments or hot environments? Does it work well in humid environments? All of those kind of questions are what one would be asking. If we have to bring this equipment in this area, what would we need to do to house it in a safe environment where the outside elements are not causing an effect on this equipment, because we want this equipment to run for the next 20 to 30 years. Okay, so I hope everybody is understanding me with regards to the constructability analysis where we are at the moment. Sorry, I see a hand up. Okay, I see we're not yet above the time, so just maybe I need to lower it. Okay, so everybody understanding me? I see Shilaika's thumb is up. Everybody else understanding me so far? I hope I'm not boring you with all this information, but believe me, it helps you a lot to understand it. Okay, so from a safety perspective, where do we think that we could have a part to play even at this early stage already? If you are a safety agent, do you see that there's any role that you could possibly play in advising the clients at this early stage already during the constructability analysis? So let me give you a short example or a quick example. If we're looking at a constructability of a specific area, maybe it is close to what can I say? Maybe they want to build this thing next to a area that is close to people that are living in informal settlements, right? We know the risk that comes with that. We know what comes from building something close to the guys that are staying in these informal settlements. There's going to be intimidation. There's going to be, at times, there's going to be theft. There's going to be people just walking into your area while you're working there. Those kind of risks are something that we know that are common occurrence within that environment, right? So we know that automatically where the client is thinking of building it in, they say, oh, there's an informal settlement 1 kilometer away from this area. We know automatically we'll be able to say, listen, guys, this is not a good idea. It's either you're going to find these people other alternative places to live, or it's not a good idea to build it in this area. You're going to have to find something more suitable. And then obviously they're going to have to look at something different. So I'm just giving you a small example about how we as safety agents and professionals can advise clients accordingly when they are doing these kind of constructability and feasibility analysis as well. All right, so next we're looking at some public input. Public input. Anybody want to take a stab at this? What they think this means, public input?
Okay, Fabian, is this not also connected to the constructability? I'm going to use a example like engine.
Yeah.
We had to move the people at engine, you know, the barracks people, we had to relocate them.
Correct.
So the public input, I think now Shell has also got a little bit of a problem down the south. They wanted to build something and then the public now came in because it's going to interfere with the animals in the ocean. Is that public input?
That's right. They wanted to test, they wanted to do some fracking down the south coast, and people were against it because of the size, I don't know if it was seismic activity or what, but it could have had an effect on the ecology within that area, the ecological system within that area. So yeah, people fought against it, and eventually the government also agreed, and they said Shell must leave. So a lot of people are seeing the separate situation and saying, okay, you've told us to go, now we're going completely. So yeah. Yes. So yeah, we people need to also understand sometimes what these type of things can also cause. But anyway, it is what it is. Like, so yeah, that's it in a nutshell. Our public input is based on stakeholders, local environment, environment greenies, those kind of people. What are their inputs with regards to the feasibility of this project? So when Shell done what they done, they would need some studies within the area. They wanted to do some studies to identify the gases and things, because they found apparently some large reserves of natural gas, and they wanted to do some fracking so that they could have done some drilling in those areas, and the people disputed it. So based on the input of the public, that project was basically put on hold. So these would have obviously been why they pulled out. So they costed them a couple of millions, but it was money for them that as part of the processes that they sometimes go through. All right. So yeah, we're looking at some code analysis and stuff. Again, this is more for reading material. I'm not really going to share it now. Then we're looking at the site selection and the land acquisition. So once the site selection has been eventually agreed upon and made based on the feasibility, the constructability, etc., they would then start looking at the funding that they need to get approved to acquire the land. And then from that, they can start looking at the ground area, the shrubbery, what work would it entail, what environmental considerations they need to be looking at, what geotechnical surveys and drillings that they might need to use, look at within the area. And then based on that, once that has been done, they can already start now preparing for the next stage of the project. So we've spoken about the concept stage already. I just threw in this one here from a question perspective. We said normally the conception of the project starts with who, and this is where the dream begins, as well as the research for the right location. We've already determined that the concept begins with the client. Okay. Now, when we look at the project manager, we need to understand the mindset of a project manager. Who is he or she? Okay. As a project manager, what are they thinking? What are they doing? What are some of the functions that they are doing as a project manager, so that we can understand the person that we're dealing with. So sometimes the owner decides to turn the entire project over to an independent manager. As one example, a school district may have little or no in-house expertise on capital project development. So rather than employing a large temporary group of staff to oversee the planning, design, and the construction, they might use a project manager approach. So what happens is that the project manager, between the owner and the architect or engineer and general contractor, the project manager manages the project on behalf of the owner. This can be the process that can be done from a client's perspective. Sometimes they will have their own project manager. And this arrangement implies that the project manager contracts with the designer and the general contractor or principal contractor. Okay. So below, the project manager within the chart would be seen as the most senior person for that specific project. Okay. From the client's perspective. Now, we described several types of project delivery systems that utilizes parties specifically vested for that project, and the project manager is seen as the person that has the most overall responsibility when it comes to looking at the project planning, the project cycle, and everything that entails and goes with it. The project manager might be engaged somewhat later on in the process of some of the processes, especially looking at the preliminary planning and feasibility analysis. That's not really where they would come in. They would come in closer to the time where now the project is now being initiated and we are ready to now start with the project itself. Okay, so they would be seen as the person that has the overall control of the project, understands everything from the start up until the end. They have an overview of everybody's role and responsibility, and they understand who's doing their work, who's not doing their work. They look at the analysis of the project, they identify the specific gaps, and they would look at the project risk profile as well as the project risk register. They would be looking at what are the risks that we are encountering on this project and how can we mitigate it in advance. Okay, and then we look at the construction manager. So the construction manager shall engage in the construction process. That's normally seen as the professional person. In our case, that will be seen as the 8.1 from a SACP CMP and construction regulation perspective would be the 8.1. And the SACP CMP construction manager is a professional person that would get a designation as a professional construction manager from SACP CMP. So they have to meet a certain criteria in order for them to be appointed as the construction manager. Okay, so the construction manager, they are dealing more with the construction, constructability, understanding of the constructability analyses that were conducted. They look at some of the risks that are associated with the construction process, and they are primarily focused on the construction part of the project. Now, when I say that they are primarily focused on the construction part of the project, it does not mean that they are not focused on safety, that they are not focused on quality and procurement and all the other departments. They have to have an understanding of all the different departments, but they are given the responsibility to oversee that the projects are being run correctly and that everybody is following the relevant, what's this, the word I'm looking for, the site constructability documents, as well as they are following the relevant plans, okay, that are in place. So next we look at the health and safety agents or managers' duties under the concepts and feasibility. Now we're getting closer to the time for construction to start taking place. We're still on the earlier stages. We're going to be covering a bit of design, a little bit of procurement and those things to understand what is happening within these various departments as well. Okay? So the concept and feasibility, what is the agent doing at this period or this stage? At this stage, the agent is agreeing on the documentation program with the principal consultants and other consultants, okay? They attend the design and consultants meetings that should be taking place already at this early stage. They start looking at the review and evaluating the design concepts and advise on construction project health and safety in conjunction with the other consultants as well. Okay, they also start reviewing and updating and agreeing on the construction project health and safety risk profile, which we've already touched on, okay, and prepare the construction health and safety policy for the construction project. Now, when we start talking about a safety policy for the construction project, sometimes you'd have it where a project site would have a specific policy for that project based on their client requirements. A company can have its own policy, which is a legal requirement under the OSH Act, where a company should have a policy in place. When it starts talking about a health and safety policy for the construction project, it is talking about the project specific to the policy, excuse me, specific to that project. Okay. Again, this does not mean that you must have a health and safety policy for your construction project, but it is advisable and it also can assist as well with regard to certain targets and objectives that are specific to that client. Okay. Next, we start looking at advising on preliminary cost estimates or budgets for the construction project, looking at the health and safety parts of it as well. So this is where now the money starts being discussed from the agent's perspective. How much is it going to cost us to do this? How much will it cost us to have an audit once a month? How much is it going to cost us to have training being done? How much will it cost us for the equipment that's required for the relevant testing processes, etc.? So that's how they would start advising the client on the preliminary costs at this period already. Then they start looking at preparing a draft construction project baseline risk assessment. So we can understand at the concept and feasibility process or phase of the job, this is now when the agent is already called upon to start preparing the draft construction project baseline risk assessment. Very early, okay? Again, it's still a draft and it will be changed as the time moves on. But it's at this early stage already that the baseline is starting to be prepared. So we can understand as well why sometimes you get some agents that get frustrated when they call in after phase 3, that the client is now asking them to prepare a baseline risk assessment, but they've already gone through stage 1 and stage 2. And now at stage 3, they're only calling the agent to come in because they only want to pay for the agent now because it's something that's needed, because they need the baseline and the permits approved. And with the permits approval, you need the baseline risk assessment and the specification to be issued to the Department of Employment and Labor before they will approve their permit. Okay. So next they look at assisting the clients and the principal consultants in the procurement of the necessary and appropriate specialists, including a clear definition of their roles and responsibilities as well as their liabilities. Now, what the agent is basically doing at this stage is they are telling them, listen, these are the type of consultants that you're going to need for these various activities. If we are doing, let's say, air sampling within that environment, because there is rumor of asbestos in an area, or we've identified from the ground analysis or soil sampling that we've identified some asbestos fibers. It could be blue asbestos or gray asbestos, etc. But we are here now to identify this. So the agent will be advising the client, listen, we need to have an analysis of the ground conductor. We need to contact this company or these companies, excuse me, that we could bring in that can advise us accordingly. Based on their analysis, we can determine whether there is asbestos fibers within the area. And if there is, then it changes quite a lot of different requirements that need to be put in place. Okay. Then they start looking at advising the clients on the adequacy of the health and safety competency and resources of the appropriate specialist. So they can already start advising them and saying to them, listen, we need guys that are at least, I mean, I say guys, I mean women and men and women, right? We need guys that can come in, that can have the expertise that we're looking for. They need to have a minimum of a diploma or a degree. They need to have been working in a similar environment for at least 8 years. And they need to be able to give us a proper analysis with a report, and it must be done in a professional manner. So these are the type of information that will be shared to the clients, and then from there, they will their department will start contacting companies that can come in and advise them accordingly. Then they will say, okay, based on this, assess and approve the appropriate specialist health and safety plans. Now, the specialists that are coming in, can you see already at a concept and feasibility stage? They're coming in very, very early. So their safety plans and stuff will be issued in an early stage to say, what are you coming in to do based on your scope of work? Give me your health and safety plan as to how you're going to fulfill this work. Sometimes we call it a health and safety manual, okay? Because your manual will define what are you going to do, how you're going to be doing it, what are the risks associated with what you're going to be doing, and then from that, they would submit that through to the agent who will review it and send it back to them if they're happy with it. And then we're looking at, the agent will be looking at monitoring the implementation of the appropriate specialist health and safety plans, including periodic audits. So again, the agents are saying to the company, how often are we going to be auditing you guys? What are the audits going to entail? There's the audit protocol that I need to issue to you, and thereafter they will understand what they need to do and when it needs to be done from an audit perspective. And then we start looking at preparing the draft construction project health and safety specification. Again, early stages, concept and feasibility stage, where the specification is already starting now to be developed. Then they start agreeing on the format of the procedures for health and safety and hygiene for the construction project control. Okay, and then they start looking at advising and agreeing with the other consultants regarding their construction project health and safety requirements and their related design risk management responsibilities. Because why? At this stage already now, they're starting to prepare for the design. All right, we're coming into now the design preparation, planning for the design, etc. So the consultant team that we have on board that's coming in to do the design for us, they already now need to start looking at their design risk assessments. And from that, they will derive their design risk management approach. Okay. And then last but not least in this area, from a health and safety perspective, what they need to do is liaise, cooperate, and provide necessary information to the client or principal consultant and the other consultants. So anything at this stage of the stage of the project at concept and feasibility, anything that might become a risk at a later stage, how have they considered these aspects and how have they fulfilled it? So you will be advising them accordingly as an agent. So we can understand that the function of the agent is not just what we think it is. hey, somebody that's earning a lot of money doing almost nothing, you can understand that the people are doing quite a lot. It's a lot that it entails. And I sometimes wonder for myself, to be very honest, I sometimes wonder if many of the agents out there even understand half of what they're supposed to be doing and what are they actually doing. Because for me, who is sitting in these meetings to identify and understand whether that agent is fulfilling their roles or not, whether they are doing half of what they're supposed to be doing. So that's just my 2 cents of a comment here with regards to many of the agents that are out there, whether they are actually fulfilling these roles. So next we're going to be covering the pre-construction phase, which is looking at the planning and the design phase of the project. So in this area, we're looking at, it describes the significant activities that take place in the project development process prior to the selection of the organization that will assemble the various project elements within the field or within the land that's been selected. And after describing the many parties involved in the planning and the design phase, they would then be divided into different phases or different stages. In the first or planning and feasibility stage, we looked at various studies and land acquisition, etc. And then we start now going deeper into the planning and the design phases of the project as to how everything starts coming together. Okay. Now we're going to go into a bit of engineering to understand the engineering components of the project at this early stage and what it all entails. It's now 10:28. I'm just going to cut off a little bit earlier for a quick bio break, and then we can be back at 10:35, please. So we'll be back sharp at 10:35. Thank you very much. Okay, let's start. I hope everybody's back. Just a quick thumbs up, please, if you are back. Okay, I see 2 thumbs up. L'Oreal, are you with us? Okay, I don't see L'Oreal as yet. Maybe she's still busy. It's fine. Okay, let's continue. So now we're going into engineering, the engineering components of the project. Okay, and then we'll start understanding as well where we start coming in on the engineering side of it as well. So if we look at this example, this picture that we have in front of us, we're looking at the engineering projects. What does it entail? So first we start with the conceptual design. Conceptual design, again, is thinking about the idea that the person is having in their head. Okay, so in the conceptual design, it is the knowledge that shapes your project. When we start looking now at the basic design, that is looking at where we start ensuring the viability of the project. We touched a little bit on viability with regards to the feasibility studies, and viabilities are looking at more, is it viable for us once we've done our feasibility and constructability? Is it viable for us? Will we be able to make money, profits based on our design and idea and the concept, and will it be able to be profitable? And then we start going now into what we call the detailed design phase of the project with regards to the engineering process. So this is now looking at your detailed design, where we develop to make your project come true, okay, or where we develop to make the project come true, okay. So in the engineering projects, as I said, I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the engineering process from the conceptual design, looking at the basic design, and then a little bit on the detailed design, okay? So everybody can understand what they are doing within these different phases. So as I mentioned, within the design stages, if we have to start looking at it from here, we start looking at the design development. Then you start looking at your field development planning, your front end loading, or FEL. Okay, so let's just look at the front end loading part of it, and then we can start understanding. So you'll hear these concepts, these terminologies, excuse me, being thrown around, where people start understanding what is front end loading, what are we talking about when we're talking about front end engineering design or feed, that you'd sometimes hear them using these terminologies. So let's cover some of these terminologies. So front end loading, or FEL, as it's sometimes referred to as pre-project planning, your PPP, and we also have what we call front end engineering design. Okay, or it's also, the acronym is utilized as FEED. Okay, so this is the feasibility analysis, conceptual planning, schematic design, and early project planning. Is the process for conceptual development of projects in processing industries such as upstream oil and gas, petrochemical, and natural gas refining. So when we're talking about FEL, what does it entail? FEL, or front-end loading, involves the developing sufficient strategic information with which owners can address risks and make decisive decisions to commit resources in order to maximize the potential for success. It includes robust planning and design early in a project life cycle. The front-end loading of the project. So what do we think is an advantage of having this in place? What do we, between us, think is an advantage of having such a study being done at this stage? When we start looking at the information which addresses the risks and makes decisive decisions to commit certain resources in order for us to maximize the potential for the success. It also looks at the robust planning, as I've mentioned, and the design, and looking at the project life cycle, which is now considered as the front-end loading of the project. So what do we think is an advantage of us having this in place at this early stage? Anybody? Okay, so just consider this, right? If imagine the company does not have this process in place in the beginning stages of the project, where they're looking at what resources are required for the project, what planning is required for the job to be done, and what is the design of how we're going to get the product out as in the way that we want it to come out to perform and do what it's supposed to be doing. If all of that is not in place at the early stages of the project, it will then be something that will blow up in your face, and then it'll be too late. You've already spent the millions of dollars or billions of dollars, and you find out at the end that, hey, this thing cannot actually do what it's supposed to do, or with the intended output that we are looking for it to be done by. So this is the reason why it's important that we have these analysis and understandings within the project at early stages already. Now, the ability to influence change in the design at this stage is still relatively high, and the cost to make those changes is relatively low. We understand as well what that means. It means that we can already start making the changes to the design if we see that it's not making sense. But if we go ahead with the current design for the front-end loading components of it in the conceptual design, and then we're starting to go into basic design, and now it's already moved over to detail engineering, now we're spending a lot of money, okay, which is something that we could have prevented if we done our proper checks and balances during the front-end loading of the project already. Okay. Now, typically at this stage, what we would say is that whereby a project must pass through formal gates, or what they would call hold points, or go, no-go processes, at well-defined milestones within the project's life cycle before receiving funding to proceed to the next stage of the work. The front-end loading is usually followed, as I've mentioned, by the conceptual engineering, the basic engineering, and then the detailed design or detailed engineering. Okay, so just quickly by a show of hands, how many people have heard of these processes before? Raise your hands if you have heard of these, and raise your thumbs if you have not heard of these. So raise your hand. Yeah, okay. All right, so some have, some haven't, okay? So that's good. So maybe it's just a refresher for you of one or two of the aspects, but for some of you, it might be something brand new that you're hearing for today the first time. But on both cases, it is the process for how we're gonna learn and brush up on it. Because I doubt that even from hearing the concepts that were used or the terminologies, excuse me, that were used, that you actually understood what these things meant. Now you would have a much better understanding as to what it actually means to you, okay? So just something that I thought of now quickly when we had that whole point discussion. What I would say as well is that when it comes to whole points of go, no goes, later on within the training, we can see how we can utilize these what can I say, these processes that we can utilize within our own jobs as well, within being safety professionals, and how we can utilize these whole points for ourselves. So when you are at a point as an agent or as a safety manager, senior manager, where you are making decisions for your company, especially when it comes to your own employees and also for subcontractors as well, you can initiate these kind of concepts to be utilized to protect your company or protect your employees, which is most important. So you will utilize certain whole points within your documents to say, before you even start working, you need to ensure that you have a risk assessment approved by us. Before you start working, your method statement needs to be approved by the quality control manager. Before you start working, you need to ensure that you have a permit in place. Before you start working, you need to ensure that this happens. You understand? Or there's a DSTI or PTO in place. So what you do is you create these specific hold points within your processes that will allow only the next step to take place after that has been done. And I'm going to show you with a few examples as to how we can do these and make it work for us. So I just thought I'd throw in that process there when we spoke about the whole points or go, no go that we also speak about, okay? So at the conceptual, basic and detail engineering, we look at, for example, this is a sample of a 3D model, module that has been put up in front of us. Has anybody seen this example before? Has anyone seen this type of 3D model that's been utilized in front of us? That is, sorry, in front of us. Has anybody seen it on any of their projects? Nobody. Okay. So this is an example of a 3D model that is giving you an indication of the project, of how it's gonna be set out, where the equipment is gonna be, where the pump station is gonna be, certain piping that's gonna be running, and then it looks at your cable trays, your structural steel, all of that. So you will see that it is color coded. So each color will be for whatever different trunking or whatever that they have within there, within the structures, and all of that would be indicated within the 3D model. So it's easy to identify as well. You can, when you have the SCAD or the whichever one that they're utilizing, AutoCAD or whatever, you'll be able to click on that specific color on that beam, and then it'll take you to that area that you can look at it. Even if you want to look at the equipment, you can click on the equipment and you can go and you can look at the entire equipment as it is. So in the conceptual engineering project phase, it serves to identify the technical and economic feasibility of the project and how we can set the course for the development of basic and detailed engineering. The conceptual engineering, which is the preliminary study or feasibility study, and a definition of the requirements of the conceptual engineering project. It is always focused on the needs of the customer. This includes the engineering documents that define the global and conceptual scope of the engineering project, including the type of technology and equipment specification that would be utilized. So the documentation of the conceptual engineering project would look at the following. It has the overall project definition, which it will come from the project charter and project initiation. All right, so engineering projects will build the building and the installations, what product types will be utilized, annual production that is expected or intended outputs, production processes as well. Then you look at basic and or detailed project appraisals, basic and or detailed project planning, the technical feasibility, economic feasibility, and then your risk analysis. Now, obviously the risk analysis is where the risk management comes in, and we can also have our inputs as far as health, safety, and environment is concerned as well. Okay, it's also indicative time, the indicative time frame with activities, resources, and also looking at times and milestones. Now, when we are talking about the basic engineering, what does it mean? So basic engineering is the basis of the detailed design and engineering development for procurement and construction. That is to define the technical requirements for the common design, fabrication, construction, and operation and maintenance of equipment and the facilities. This package may also be called as a front-end engineering design, or FEED, okay? The documentation for preparing a basic engineering project, looking at the design basis and criteria validation and verification of the conceptual engineering. So we can see how it all links one to another. The conceptual design process is the earlier stages of the project, then it goes into the basic designing, and then it goes into the detail engineering, okay? So the definition of definitive functional requirements is where they start talking about flow diagrams and those kind of things. That is a lot more applicable to the design engineers and those things, but it's good if you hear the terminologies, what they mean. You'd also hear some commonly used words like as-built documentation and engineering plans for each system. You hear them utilizing terminologies like P&IDs. Your P&IDs are your piping and instrumentation diagrams, okay? When you hear them use the terminology, I'll just check on the P&ID what that means, or where will it be found, okay? So that gives you an understanding what they are talking about in that regard, sorry. All right, and then we start looking at your detail engineering. Okay, so in the detail engineering phases, we are looking at detail engineering or studies which creates the full definition of every aspect of a project development. It includes all the studies to be performed when project construction starts, and it looks at the detail engineering studies are a key component for every project development across mining, infrastructure, energy, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, oil and gas sectors as well. The detail engineering is a service which is delivered, for example, by global engineering companies such as Linde, Fluor, Jacobs, Worley Parsons, or Worley, etc. And those are the companies that would normally be assisting with regard to the detail engineering part. Detail engineering follows front-end engineering design or FEED and basic engineering previous steps on the engineering process for a project development. It contains in detail diagrams and drawings for construction, looking at the civil works, instrumentation, control systems, electrical facilities, management of suppliers, schedule of activities, the cost, procurement of equipment, economic evaluation, and also environmental impacts before starting on the construction project. So normally your consultants will start coming in at this stage of your environmental impacts that would be conducted, okay, from their side. And then we would have, we as safety professionals advise the design engineers about relevant standards We start advising them on certain codes applicable to their design for projects, and where we also highlight certain laws that are applicable. So this is where we would now advise it. For an example, as I mentioned, if you're working in an area that is that has asbestos within it, we'd obviously be advising on the requirements for working within that area. And then also give them reference to certain regulations like the asbestos regulations as well. Okay. So the documentation of the detail engineering now is starting to look at civil engineering, certain enclosures, looking at air conditioning systems, air conditioning systems. You're starting to look at the electricity and electricity supply, compressed air, steam, hot and cold. Starting to look at water, purified water, extraction, waste treatment, special type of gases, fire protection systems, safety communications, and any other installations as well. Now, when we talk about drawings, we understand that there are specific drawings that are architectural type of drawings. We have what we call your GAs, which are your general arrangements. And then we have your general layouts, which is looking at your civil work, such as roads and park areas, drainage, landscaping, etc. And then we start looking at your mechanical side, which will be including your plumbing, your heating, your ventilation, your air conditioning, and other special mechanical equipment. And then we have your electrical, which would look at your light fittings, your motor conduits, cable instrumentation, communication systems, junction boxes, etc. Okay. Now, let's look at some, okay. Let's start looking at this process. So now we've looked at the design of it. We've understood that there's a conceptual design. We understand that there's a basic design, and we understand now that there's a detailed design. So once we've gone through the relevant processes, we then need to start understanding as we move into the process, where are we at? We'll have at a later stage, I'm going to cover into it a bit as well, into some detail. We have your documentation side of it, where you start looking at your 30%, 60%, and 90% review, which is looking at the different design stages or phases within the project. So at a 30% design or module review is where there is still a lot of room for growth. We're still at an early stage of the project design. It's still figuring out that's not really looking at the nuts and bolts. It's looking more at the bigger idea or bigger concept of the project. And then we're going on to the 60% where we are a bit more detailed, a bit more information that it entails. And then we're going on to the 90%, which is now almost ready for construction to start taking place. So now we're looking at the tendering process within in construction. So when we are at an early stage of a tendering process that is in the construction, we are now understanding that the design is almost complete. That is maybe at a 90% completion. We now starting to go through the process of tendering, because we now we need to start looking for contractors that can do the work. Whether it is a vendor that's going to supply us with certain equipment or material, etc., or whether it is a company that is going to build the plant for us, we need to ensure that we are starting to tender at this stage already. So understanding tenders, right, in the tender process. So instruction to tenderers is normally now where your tenderers would, your tender documents would go out, and you would have your companies that you intend to utilize, and they would then start looking at the tender, and then from that they would then put their bid in for that specific project. Okay. So yeah, we're looking at now a request for tender. So what does it entail? So a complete set of construction contract documents will usually contain a form to be used by the contractor to submit their tender. The form's detail will depend upon the type of contract. For example, if the owner anticipates a lump sum contract, the form will be rather simple, providing for the single price and a few other details. If the contract will be a unit price measure and value type, there must be in place to indicate the unit price corresponding to each bid item. In our consideration of proposal preparation and submittal, we will show examples of those as well. So when these guys are obviously setting up the request for tender, in the contract, they will clearly define what are we expecting the companies to comply with, what are we asking them to bid on, and how do we expect them to price the job. So when they are sending out a request for tender, some of the documentation that they will be submitting would be, for an example, the health and safety specification. They'll be giving them certain quality documentation that they will need to be aware of and comply with. They would be giving them some drawings or information based on the activities and the scope of work that the project will entail. They'll be giving them certain milestones that they expect the company to fulfill and comply with. They will be requiring them to submit certain histograms indicating how many people they're going to have on the project from the beginning up until the end, okay? Which would obviously fluctuate according to the need of personnel based on the busy time period, and then it'll start waning again at a later stage when they do not need so many people on the site itself. So in the beginning stages, it's normally a smaller crew doing the site establishment and all the small activities, and then slowly, as the work progresses and the equipment starts coming in, then they start ramping up the people according to the histogram. So all of that information would then be supplied to the client, okay? Now we start looking at the construction contract or the agreement. So to allow all tenderers to know the form of the agreement, the successful tenderer will be asked to sign a copy of the agreement, which is included within the other documents in the project manual. So various organizations have developed standard agreement forms, including FIDIC, which is, excuse my pronunciation because it is French. It's a Fédération Internationale des Ignes Conseillers, so 2001. And then we have and the American Institute of Architects. We have various others as well that you would be linked to, which is now designed, links, excuse me, to the contract documentation, okay? This is involvement again of certain public agencies. So going back to understanding the influence that designers have, it's important to understand from a safety perspective that your designers have a very important role to play moving forward. Now, once all of this has been initiated and done and we're moving forward, where are we at with the designers? The designers have a specific role to play because they can effect the project at an early stage already by having certain design flaws. So as a safety professional, when you are sitting in as an agent now, sitting in, or a manager sitting in to their design meetings, you will start asking them these specific questions. Hey guys, have you all understood or have you decided on what material you will be utilizing in these specific areas? Have you looked at certain design flaws that are creating unsafe situations? Let me use an example. You have a valve that is installed in an area where the valve handle is too high. So now somebody has to go and get a ladder, or they need to erect a scaffolding just for them to reach the specific valve spindle that they can now operate this valve on, because this is a manually operated valve and it does not allow you, you're not allowed to utilize it from that area. You have to have an extended arm on the valve spindle, and then you can then utilize it from the ground. Now, if you are sitting in these kind of meetings to understand where will the person be standing, where will they be situated, what is the height of where you expect these people to be operating this handle from, this valve handle from. You can already start giving them advice as to where they need to place that valve and that valve handle. Okay, so either you tell them, look, we need an extended spindle, and that person can stand on the ground safely without having to climb a ladder or scaffolding in order for them to operate this specific valve. Or you could have told them and said, why don't we just put a control valve here, where this thing can be controlled from the MCC room or the substation, and from there they can, not the substation, excuse me, man, the control center, that we can operate this thing safely from there, from a SCAD equipment or computer, and from that we can switch it on or switch it off, or open the valve or close the valve. Okay. Now, let me give you a quick story. Also within the company that I worked for before, I'm not going to mention their name, there was a design that was done for a valve skid, which came through from overseas. The QC was sent out or flown out to this country. It was from overseas, one of the European countries where it was manufactured. The client's engineer was also sent out there, and they had to conduct an inspection on this valve skid. It was then sent to the site, and it was ready now to be installed. When this equipment, this large valve skid, came to the site, I went out and I conducted an inspection on it, and I identified major safety violations. I found areas that were large enough for people to fall through. I'm talking about huge gaps. Right, the fall wasn't so bad. It was maybe about 1.6 meters, but still a person could have been injured if they fell between those gaps. There was one access in a highly volatile area where this was installed. There was only one access and one egress onto this platform. If a person was standing on the far end of the valve skid and there was a fire on the other side of the entrance, there was no way that this person could have gotten off this area safely and in a quick manner. So my point that I'm trying to make here is that if safety was involved from the onset, from the concept and from the onset of the design of this valve skid, we could have given them all of this information in advance, so that by the time this valve skid was brought to site, it could have been installed and just coupled up with whatever instrumentation, piping and electrical wiring, etc., and it would have been ready to be utilized. But now we needed to redesign the piping and needed to add an extra access to on the other end of that valve skid. So all of these things now had to be included after it was already designed and accepted as a proper valve skid. But from a safety perspective, because we were not included, we identified all of these flaws thereafter. So I'm just giving you all a bit of a history on why it's so important that safety are involved already from the design phase of your project. Okay. So can anybody else think of any other design flaws that one could consider when it comes to how it can be impacted from a safety perspective, from design, of how the designers can utilize certain things or material and how it can actually have an impact on safety? Can anybody share? Nobody. So one can just consider a few aspects, right? I'm going to give you a few examples. When they're designing a building with a lot of windows, one needs to identify how are these windows going to be cleaned? How is the building going to be maintained? How is the building going to be painted? All of those questions need to be considered. When it comes to, for an example, the placement of certain tiles, what tiles will be utilized on the outside parts of the the plant or the building, etc., that can create slippery environments where people can slip, fall, and get injured? Do we have non-slip tiles that have been installed on the outer parts where rain is gonna fall in that areas? Have they considered all of those things? So this is where the safety part comes into play as to what we would need to advise them on from a design perspective. Okay. And then we're now at the point, as I mentioned, about the construction documentation milestones. This is now where we're looking at the 30%, the 60%, and the 90% milestones. Okay. So has anybody heard of this before? 30, 60, 90 milestone for documentation review? Just by a show of hands if you've heard of it. Okay, so no one's heard of this before. So a bit of good information here as well. So when they are busy with the project, they are looking at the learning phase, the contribution phase, and then the leading phase within the 30, 60, 90. Okay. You're looking at it as the review and the revising of the basic floor plans and elevations is at this early stage already. And then we're looking at the 60% where they start looking at the review and the revision of additional architectural drawings. And then at the 90%, they're reviewing and revising all the architectural, structural, and mechanical, electrical, and piping drawings. So this is now at the basically at your finalization stage, where you are ready to start putting rock or equipment to the ground, or spades to the ground, etc. Now, I'm going to give you a couple of terminologies that are being utilized in the industry that you might hear of, and I'm going to just quickly explain it a little bit more in detail with regards to what does the 30, 60, 90 step process take. And then we're going to move on to the health and safety agents' duties during the design development phase. So, as I mentioned, this is known as the 30, 60, 90 IFC process. It is broken down into the following 3 steps. The step 1 is the 30% drawing, is where you develop and then review the basic architectural floor plans and certain elevations, which I've mentioned. And then your 60% drawing developments is where we start looking at more architectural drawings to confirm that all the revisions made from the 30% drawings were made. So do we understand as well that the concept of it is always that you are going backwards? You are looking at the 30% if you're at the 60% phase now. We're looking at the 30%, what was agreed, what needed to be revised. We're looking at the revisions. Yes, all of the revisions have been made. We're happy with the revisions made, or no, there's 1 or 2 additional revisions made because of X, Y, Z. And therefore, we are now happy to move to the 60% process, where we will look back at the 30% reviews, and then we will start focusing now on the additional aspects for the 60% review. And then when we get to the 90% review, we're going to be doing a similar thing. We're going to be going back to the 60%, looking at what has been reviewed and revised. Everybody's in acceptance, agreements. Yes, we can move forward. And now we start focusing on everything within the 90% process for the finalization of the project to start working. Okay, now these are certain terminologies. I'll put it in the notes as well, that you will also be able to identify with, or when you hear somebody mentioning these terminologies or acronyms, you can easily identify what they mean. So read it in the notes as well when we have a chance during this break in between the time, and then we can reconvene again on the 6th, and then we'll start looking at some of these if you have any questions on what I've also put into the material as well. So when we hear the terminology used for IFR, what IFR means is, the acronym is issued for review. Anyone has an idea as to who would be reviewing this at this stage? Who do we think will be reviewing this document? Anybody?
Sorry, Fabian, are these documents reviewed by section, or is it reviewed?
Yeah.
Is it the main document that is reviewed?
So,
Making sense, but I'm asking.
no, let me explain it in this way, right? So let's say, for example, we have one document now that has been developed, right? So from the conceptual stage, it's moved over to the your basic design, and now it's gone on to the detailed design. Okay, so that specific document now is going through the process before it can be finally accepted by all parties, and then we can say, yes, this document is now accepted and the job can proceed for this specific activity. So based on the engineering that has been the hours that have been put into it, it will then be given a specific code on the right hand side at the bottom of the drawing. You would see that on your drawings. I wish I had a sample that I could show you. I'll maybe find one during the break, just to quickly show you a sample of what a drawing has, and that bottom section on the right hand table that has quite a lot of information in it. Now, in that right-hand table, there will be specific codes that you'll see there, like, as I'm mentioning, IFR, IFA, IFD, there'll be specific codes. When you see that on the right-hand side of the drawing, you as a safety professional also has an understanding as to where this document is or where this design is at, and where are they at. Are they ready now to start constructing? Now, I'm going to give you another example why it's important for us to understand these specific acronyms or terminologies that they use. Let's say, for an example, a company now comes in and they give you a document that's IFR, and this is supposed to be the final document for your rigging activity. So if we're looking at an engineering design for a engineering study that was conducted for a tandem lift, and now when they bring you the pack with all the information in, they give you this drawing, and on the right hand side you see the IFR. Automatically you know that, hey, this is not right. I should not be getting an IFR document. I should be getting a document that is approved for that activity. Okay, which you'd obviously understand as I go through the different acronyms which I'm talking about, where you get your IFC and your AFC. Okay, that comes in at a later stage. But just to understand it now, so you get a document that comes on your table that's IFR on the right hand side. You know automatically, I can't approve this pack because this is only for early stages and it's only for issued for review. Now, when it's issued for review, it's issued to the client for review. Okay, the next stage that it will go through is what is called IFA, which is now looking at issued for approval. Okay, so once that document has gone through the client's review, their engineers and project managers, etc., have gone through it. They say, okay, we're happy with the design, it makes sense, it works out. We now need it to be moving to the next stage now. So this is the stages that you can understand that a document goes through, a design goes through on the documentation side of it, for you to see, okay, this is what this means, and this is the end result as to where this document should be. The next stage that it goes through is what is called IFD. And this is where it says issued for the design. Okay. Then we move on to what is called IFH, which is issued for HAZOPs, for PNIDs. Anybody heard of a HAZOP? Anyone heard of a HAZOP before or participated in a HAZOP? Okay, so no hands are going up yet. Okay, there's a hand from Jesse. All right, so that's good. So your HAZOPs are now looking at your hazard operabilities. Okay, that is now based on the operation of things as to how this thing is going to work based on the operations, that they do a study on that. And from that, there's a kind of a risk assessment that will be conducted based on the hazard operability of the project. So what kind of risks can be affected within the operations during those kind of activities. Okay, excuse me. Okay, so next we start looking at what is called your IFI, excuse me. Your IFI is now looking at issued for information. Now, many a time we would receive documents on our table. This is a more common one as well. That will come onto your table that you'll see, which is issued for information. Issued for information is not the final document, and you should not be accepting this document if you are approving the pack for them to start work. If it is for an engineering study, for example, as I mentioned, for a rigging study that has been conducted, they've submitted all the relevant documentation, but they've given you a IFI approved document or IFI clear document, okay, that is sitting on your table. Now you look at it and say, sorry guys, I cannot approve this because it is only issued for information. Nobody has approved this thing as yet, and it does not have the final stamp of approval for our work to proceed. So you would not approve that rigging study. So other terminologies that we'd use is FCR, which is issued for the client review. Then you also have your FCA, which is issued for client approval. And then we have your AFD, which is approved for the design. Okay, that means that it has still not been completely approved for construction work, because only once it receives IFC and AFC, which is either IFC, which is issued for construction, that means that it is at the approved stage already. And then we have what is called AFC, which is approved for construction, which aligns with the work process and it can now be conducted. Okay, so I hope everybody can understand these different acronyms and terminologies that are utilized on the drawings itself. So when you see these terms on the right hand side, you now should have a better understanding as to what they mean. And can I accept this document or not? So that you basically need to understand that if I don't see IFC or AFC on a drawing on the right hand corner, there's no way that I can accept this document as finally approved, because it has not yet been given the go ahead or the green light for the work to proceed. Okay, so as a safety professional, why it's important for you to understand this is that you do not want to be approving a document or approving a pack for work to proceed, and then it goes onto the site manager or construction manager's table after you. He looks at the drawing or she looks at the drawing and says, hey, but this thing is only IFI. Why is my safety manager approving this pack with an IFI document, a drawing in the pack? Okay, so that you can clearly understand why it's important to understand these terminologies. Okay. So next we start looking at the health and safety agents or managers' duties. So now we're looking at the design development stage 3 of the health and safety agent or manager. As I keep saying manager, because if there's no agent required for that work, a manager would fulfill these roles as well. Okay, so let's start. Under the design development, the agent or manager would have to do the following. They would then review the documentation program with the principal consultants and the other consultants, right? They will start attending the design and consultants meeting. They will now start finalizing the construction project health and safety risk profile, which I've previously discussed with you. They will now start advising the designers of their health and safety legal liabilities and responsibilities for the constructability, maintainability, and operationability of the structure or of that project. Okay, so they'll already start saying, listen guys, these are your responsibilities as designers. You cannot design this thing and when it's been constructed, it collapses because we have not considered the processes and the method or steps that need to be followed when we are constructing this structure or this building or this plant. Okay, how we maintaining it is important, and also how is it supposed to be running from an operational side? What are the effects that it can have on it over an extended period of time, and that they understand that they are overall responsible for that design. Okay, so Next, they start looking at managing or coordinating to integrate and record the design risk management process and other consultants in a sequence to suit the documentation program. And then they start monitoring the integration of health and safety aspects for the constructability, maintainability, and operationability of the structure during the design process, and finalize the construction project baseline risk assessment. So at this stage now, they are finalizing the construction project baseline risk assessment, looking at some of the design aspects as well, looking at, as I mentioned, the constructability, the maintainability, also and operationability. And from that, they will now complete the baseline risk assessment because they understand the complete scope of work that the company would be doing for that project. Next, they will identify and implement certain precautions necessary for construction project health and safety control, and they will update the construction project tender health and safety specification. Okay, so the health and safety specification now is already ready for them to send it out to potential contractors. Okay, and then they will agree on a format for the health and safety file. Agree on a format for the health and safety file. So what they're basically saying is at this stage is that there would be an index that they will agree upon, and that health and safety file will then be easily understood and agreed by all parties. Okay. Then they need to look at assessing and approving the necessary construction project health and safety plans. That's looking at the early works now. And then so the early works will be, for example, your bulk earthworks, your surveillance works, your 3D scanning, all of those, your geotechnical piling activities that would need to take place. That will already now need to start getting approved so that they can start these processes for the early works. Okay. And then we look at monitoring the implementation of necessary construction health and safety plans, including periodic audits for yearly works. So what audits will need to be conducted, when and how, who's going to conduct them, and how often will they be required to be conducted? That all will be clearly understood during this period already. And then we're going to look at assisting the cost consultant with detailed information for initial construction project health and safety cost estimates and budgets. Now we're going to touch a little bit on estimates and budgets on the safety side of it as well. I also share with you guys a bit of information on safety budgets, and also on some calculation templates, Excel templates that I have, that you guys can also utilize. So that'll be quite handy for you. And then we look at liaising, cooperate, and provide necessary construction project health and safety information to the client, principal consultants, and also any other consultants at this stage already. Okay, and then now we're starting to look at the contractor selection phase. Just excuse me on day 2 there. I normally conduct this over a couple of days. On my previous one, I forgot to edit the slides, excuse me for that. So when we're looking at the contractor selection phase, all right, we're now starting to go into more aspects of preparation for the construction work to start taking place. We've gone through all the relevant nitty-gritties. We've started the processes. We've done the design. We're now at the stage where we want to now start employing, recruiting the relevant contractors to come in. And from that, they will start executing the work. Okay, but we have not yet selected all the companies. We've maybe selected some of the companies, like the vendors that are going to be providing us with certain equipment that we need, or certain instrumentation, etc., and what materials we're going to be utilizing. All of that has been done from the procurement and logistics department. But we're now at a stage where we want to bring a company on board that they can start erecting the stuff that we have that is being supplied. Okay, so now we're at the contractor selection phase. So in anticipation of selecting a a contractor, the owner must decide, or the EPCM must decide, whether an open invitation will be issued to all possible tenderers, or whether only certain contractors will be invited to submit their bids. Okay, so what we would normally do at this stage is, does anybody know what we would be doing already at this stage in order for us to identify which are the selected contractors that we would be able to bring on board? Can anybody think what we would be doing at this stage? Let me ask it maybe in a different way. What do we think at this stage from a safety perspective, the safety manager or agent will be doing at this early stages already of the project to ensure that the correct contractor has been selected or will be selected? Because remember, sometimes you have 10 companies that are tendering for the same job. But how are we going to be able to determine whether this company is suitable to do the work or not? Go ahead, Jesse. Hello.
Hi, Fab. Let me try.
Okay.
Hello.
Jesse, I couldn't hear you, so just try, Gloria. Go ahead.
Normally they check the statistic of the company.
Mhm.
When they do have a lot of incident in a company, because sometimes it's very rare when you've got a lot of incidents in a company. When you're applying for the tender, you get the tender. So when you receive that contract from the company, it's when you've got a lot of chances when you what I don't know, how can I put it? It's sort of when you comply on safety, and they check your experience in a way of I did get this, but now it just, because I remember in that company that I was working for, the 16.2, they did explain this question that you are asking me now. But it's just that now it's that
It
question
slipped your
that,
mind. Yeah,
yes,
no, it's
it is
fine.
in my mind, but I don't know how to explain it. Yes.
Okay, no problem, Gloria. Is there anyone else that wants to take a try at this one? Gloria has explained the first part, that they will check certain things like statistics, etc. But does anyone know the terminology that we utilize for this process during this stage?
How's it, Fabian? Can we use the word evaluation
Yes,
of that company?
it would be
Be checking the, yeah.
It would be an evaluation, correct? But there's a specific terminology that we use at this early stages now when we are doing selection of contractors. Based on 10 contractors, we say, okay, we're bringing it down to 5 based on the information that they supplied. And from that 5, we want to reduce it even further. Does anyone understand what we need to do before we can now finalize the list and say, okay, from 5, we can reduce it to 3? What process would we do here at this stage?
I forgot the word. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, so let me jog your memory. So the next slide should give you a aha moment, right? Does everybody remember this?
Pre-qualification.
Pre-qualification, correct. So pre-qualification audit is what we would conduct now as the safety professionals based on our understanding of the contract on the requirements of the clients, etc. So the pre-qualification of the contractor is an important tool for managing the contractor's safety. So now you're going to start seeing a lot more safety coming in. I know you're going to be more excited about this, but I needed to explain the initial parts for you all as well, because it gives you a much broader perspective of where the project is, how it works, how everything works. It's like when you go to a project, I'm going to give you a quick understanding, because we're going to have a short break again now in the next few minutes. When you go to a plant and you're working on that plant and you understand, okay, what are we doing on this project? You come in and you say, okay, my job is safety and all I need to focus on is safety. But you're not understanding what is this project that we're dealing with? What are we trying to do with this project? What does it entail? What are we trying to get out of this project that we're trying to build together as a team? And then you'll sit down with the project manager and you'll basically sit you through the process and say, okay, this is how it works, this is where we start, and this is what we're trying to achieve. Then it gives you a better perspective of the project and where you fit in. Then you can start identifying, even in an early stage, hey, have we considered this? Hey, maybe that's a good point. I need to add it into the risk register. Or sometimes you can ask the project manager, please, can you show me your risk register? I'd like to see what you've identified so far from the initial stages, or the project charter, initial stages, the conceptual design, basic design, and detailed design phases, up until where we are at the moment now for the starting of the for the starting of the project. So that project manager is going to also look at you and say, wow, this is the first safety person that I've sat with that actually understands the entire project and how it works and how everything flows from one section to the end, and about front-end loading and front-end engineering design and all of these certain aspects. So when you start talking these terminologies, you're going to be automatically getting this project managers and the site manager and construction managers' attention, because they're going to look at you and say, hey, where are you coming from? Where have you been working that you understand everything that we're supposed to know about? And automatically they will receive you much better. They will include you in parts of a lot of the discussions, etc., because they don't see you as just a person that sits there and goes, yeah, and looks at only safety and walks out of the meeting and thinks, okay, what a boring meeting we just sat in now. But because you understand what they're talking about when they're talking about certain things, you start grasping certain things, and you can also start having your input. Be careful though, don't just throw in input in something that you might think that it might be, and it's not. Rather at the end, go to the project manager or the site manager, especially if you build up a good relationship with the guys, you can ask them those kind of questions, but do it offline. Until you're at a point where you are confident and you know for a fact what you are adding is valuable, then you can sit in the meetings and you can start throwing those kind of discussions into the pool. You understand? So I'm going to give it another 3 minutes and we can break at 11:40, and then we can come back at 11:45. But I'm trying to make you understand the reasoning why I've explained it in such detail, and I've started right from the beginning, the early stages of the project already, up until now, where we're starting to get more involved and where we are more hands-on with safety, okay? So that everybody can understand it. Now, the process includes the evaluation of the performance of the contractor, workers' compensation, looks at recordable injury rates, as Gloria has mentioned, the safety program's competency level of contractors, and also looks at certain other aspects. Now, when we come back after the break, I'm going to share with you guys, I'm going to go out of the presentation and I'm going to share with you all a sample of a pre-qualification audit template that I drafted up. And I'll explain to you all a bit more in detail why I drafted it up in the way that I drafted it up, so that it can make some sense to you. And I hope that that can be a golden nugget of information for you that you can utilize on other companies. So as I mentioned, in the next 2 minutes, we're going to break. A huge component of the pre-qualification template that I made was focused around management, support, and commitment. Now, many companies have great systems and good compliance. Don't get me wrong. I've reviewed the likes of Murray and Roberts, Stefanuti, Clinica LTA, Kent's, the old companies that were operational before as well. I reviewed almost every company that you can think of construction-wise, the big companies. I've reviewed their systems. I've looked at their documentation. They got some of the best systems in the world. But when it comes down to management commitment, when it comes down to indicating support and commitment from the management, majority of these companies are lacking in a huge way. And what I did was I focused primarily on those areas because I wanted to see what commitment we can expect from these companies when we are managing them on these projects. Okay, so I want you to understand and open your mind. When we come back, I will be sharing on the example that I drafted up on a pre-qualification audit. Okay, so see you all back at 11:45. Thank you. Okay, so it's 11:45. I just want to show you guys the sample of the audit protocol that I drafted. Hope everybody can see my screen. Is it big enough for everybody? Okay, there's some thumbs going up. Okay. All right. So what I did was when I drafted up this pre-qualification audit, I was looking at what are the things that the companies that we find that they are not doing correctly, even when it comes to certain projects that we're working on, where we are seeing that there's a lot of areas that the managements are lacking in. When it comes to system documentation, their systems are well conducted or well implemented, etc. But when it comes to these kind of questions, a lot of these companies are failing in a big way. So what I was asking them for was, for example, what incentive schemes does your company currently have, and how effective are these incentive schemes, and how are they being tracked, and how are they being surveyed? Okay, what posters do you use, and how do you manage their effectiveness? Now imagine going to a Clinica LTA and asking them these kind of questions, because a lot of them are not considering these aspects. But you might see it as, how about, is that really important? We're going to go a bit deeper. When it comes to incident management, we're asking them questions like, does your company have a site incident reporting flow diagram? Does senior management participate in the company's incident investigations? What incident methodology does your company use to investigate incidents? And how are these incidents closed and actions being tracked accordingly? And then I'm asking them questions like, how is this information being distributed to your other project sites for lessons learned? And how are you managing these specific negative trends? Then when we're looking at aspects like training, can you provide proof of training conducted internally and externally based on your organizations with the relevant projects that you've worked on previously? Then I asked them questions like, are you providing proper KPI evaluations and assessments of your HSE personnel? Now, many companies are not doing these kind of activities. So the ones that were doing certain aspects obviously were seen as better. You know, those are the ones that were more improved and more rounded in how they were operating. But in majority cases, most of these companies did not have these aspects considered. And then when it came to like file approval, I asked them, obviously, a lot of them would have been approved vendors from Cecil and those other companies that we were working on, or for the that we were doing the projects for, excuse me, at the time. And then we would ask them a bit more on HSE management. I'd ask them a lot of questions pertaining to like show me your legal register. When has it been updated and those informations? Okay, so this gives you an understanding with regard to the pre-qualifications, what it entails, and what you would normally be asking the companies from a pre-qualification perspective. Again, it is based on your company's discretion, because not every company, yes, I will provide a template for you all as well, Fabian. So not every company has a well set out pre-qualification audit template. Some of them do have very good ones and others have very poor ones. So I was lucky enough that I could develop my own because I was the corporate safety manager for the company, and I could develop my own that I would go out and ask these companies based on this, are you compliant? And then a lot of it also came from lessons learned from our previous projects, where we were identifying specific gaps that these companies were not performing on at the level that we expected them to be performing on. And that's how I could go in and easily identify. So when we did the Stefanutis or the Steinmullers and those different companies, it will be easy for us to identify, okay, out of the 5 that we've checked, these 3 are standing out the most because their score from a score perspective is at a much higher level. That means that their level of competency and compliance will be at a much better level. So then from that, I would issue my pre-qualification audit report to the management, and then they would then look at the pre-qualification audits, and then quality would also go out and conduct a pre-qualification audit. And from that, they would then determine, yes, we want this company to work for us, or no, we do not want this company to work for us. Okay. All right, so where were we at? I don't know what happened here now. Apologies for this. Okay, we were at the pre-qualification. All right. So everybody now should understand the pre-qualification process, what it entails. As I mentioned, it is basically where the company is now looking at potential contractors to perform the work for them, potential vendors, suppliers, etc. There will be a set criteria that would have been submitted to these companies, where we would be able to identify whether this company is competent to do the job or not. All right, so that's on the pre-qualification side. Everybody's happy with pre-qualifications? Any questions? Raise your hand. If you're happy, show up your thumb. Okay, happiness. Thank you. All right. So next we look at now what we call the bid. Has anybody heard of the bidding process or bid before? I don't know why this thing is frozen, you know. Okay, so this section we're talking about knowing the difference between bids, tenders, and proposals. Okay, I'm not touching too much on proposals because it's not really a common thing that we experience. You do get proposals, especially on the consulting side of it, where there'll be a proposal sent through to a client on what the company is proposing to assist the company with. But we deal more with tenders and tendering and tenders and bids. Okay, so know the difference between bids, tenders, and proposals. The terms bid or tender and proposal might seem like synonyms. Okay, it might seem very similar to you, but depending on the company, they can mean very different things. It is important to know what these definitions are before starting any contract bid. So what is a bid? A bid is often used to get new business or repeat business. Therefore, a bid will be a joint effort from members of the organization of various levels of authority. A bid will usually be handled by a bid manager who interacts with experts from technical to legal issues. A bid is also the term used when documenting an offer submitted in response to a request or invitation to tender. So yeah, I'm going to ask you the question, who would be compiling the bid? Who would be compiling the bid based on the tender?
The contract.
The contractor. Thank you. All right. So the contractor would be compiling the bid. All right. Next, we're going to go into the tender. So the tender can be used in place of bid while meaning basically the same thing. But mostly the term bid is used by the organization seeking the project, while the term tender is more often used by the organization that is seeking the contract. Just as there is a bid manager, there is also a position for the tender manager. A project manager can often do this work as well. Okay, so yeah, it's quite self-explanatory. Who is the one that is tendering will be the client or principal contractor that is looking for a bidder from the contractor that's going to be performing the work. All right, so very important phase as well of the bidding process. Anybody heard of this section? Anybody heard of this before? A bid clarification meeting, or anybody has attended a bid clarification meeting? Anybody? No show of hands. Okay. So let me explain to you guys what the bid clarification meeting is all about. So your bid clarification meeting in a nutshell is a time where you have your bidders that have been preliminary accepted for the project before the contract award. They would have submitted their bid to the main contractor or to the client, and based on the bids that have been submitted to from the tender, the client or principal contractor would look at their documentation and say, from the 5 companies that have submitted it, from the 10 companies that have submitted their bids, we've selected 5. From the 5 that we've done the pre-qualification on, we're now looking at 3 companies. So we minimize it now from 5 to 3 based on the pre-qualification audit. It's helped us out a lot that we can utilize the 3 of you guys, 3 companies now to come and clarify certain things for us. So we need you to come in and clarify from a bidder's perspective and from the tender's perspective, so that everybody is clear before a final agreement is made, a final bid is being done, and therefore the contract can then be accepted. Right. So here we're saying the tender clarification, also known as bid clarification, is contact between the procurement officer and the bidders purely for the purpose of the procurement officer clarifying aspects of the tender which are perhaps ambiguous, inconsistent, or sometimes unusual. Okay, so once all the tender bids have been received, the procurement officer may wish to clarify some aspects of the bids during their tender evaluation period. Okay, so for example, if parts of the bids are unclear or contain minor errors, the procurement officer may also seek clarification on matters of quality, performance, or particular terms and conditions of the contract. All right, so at this stage now, you are looking at the meeting has now been scheduled. Everybody is understanding what is happening and what needs to take place. So there are 2 types of meetings that are commonly used during this tender proposal being prepared. So one type is the internal, the other type is the contractors organization that will be conducting this. So attendees include the cost estimating staff, personnel, supervisory staff, mostly management of the project that would be performing the work, and then also the safety department and the quality department. So you'll have, for example, the procurement departments and those other personnel that would be involved as well. So the meeting part of it now, this is an important part that I need to express for you guys that are safety professionals, okay? And especially when you're going to be exposed to bid clarification meetings, whether you are the client or principal contractor or engineering contractor side, and or whether you are the contractor that is sitting in these meetings, so that you understand what is the meeting about, what do I need to have in place, what do I need to prepare, etc. So the meeting itself, at the meeting, so take this as my golden nugget to you guys. So at the meeting, you would see that there'll be an introduction to the team explaining each person's role on the project. So this is not yet the kickoff meeting. This is now still the bidding process. Okay, so you have not yet been awarded, your company has not yet been awarded the project. It's still an early stage. Okay. So the project manager would normally come in, or project director, depending on how big the project is, will come in and they'll say, okay, I'm introducing my team. This is the engineering manager, that's our construction or site manager. This is the quality control manager, safety manager, procurement manager, logistics manager. All of these people will then be introduced, and then everybody understands who are the people that are sitting in the meeting, and what are their functions on this specific project, or what will their functions be. Next, we look at ensuring that the team is led by one person who may delegate to others in terms of answering particular questions. Now, the reason why this is important as well is that you don't want to be coming to the meeting with information that is being shared to the clients that is incorrect. One, it makes you look incompetent, your company look incompetent, and it makes you look unprofessional. Incompetent for unprofessional, the same thing. But you do not want to come into these meetings looking like you do not know what you are doing from the onset, because that can already push your company out of in line of the project, even though they might have been considering you guys for the project, because of how you portrayed yourself in the bid clarification meeting. Your company lost that bid. So next is important to take notes at the meeting, even if the client confirms that they'll be sending out formal minutes. Now, the reason for this as well is that sometimes you need to take down certain notes and give the client some information a day or two after the meeting has happened. And you don't want to forget about it. And then when the client eventually sends out their minutes a week or two later, you remember, oh, I'm supposed to provide this information to this client, and you send the stuff through and it is now too late, where your company has now lost the ability to even bid for this project, okay? So you need to be taking down your own notes. Next, you're looking at take time to answer the client's question. If uncertain, ask them if it is possible to provide them with an answer at a later stage, okay? Or if you are the one that's asking the question, allow the contractor to say to you, I will come back to you within a few days' time, and I'll be able to give you an answer on your question. We have not yet considered this aspect, but thank you for your question. You understand? So that you clearly understand both roles that you could be playing, whether you are from a client side or from a contractor side. Then you would listen carefully to the client's concerns and try to address these during the meeting, as well as within the post-meeting correspondence. Now, in the meeting, you answer as best to your ability. If you come in well prepared as a team, you should have already had a couple of answers available, prepared prior to you even coming to the bid clarification meeting. Because a lot of the time you get clients that will send out the meeting agenda, meeting topics, sometimes even meeting minutes or proposed meeting minutes. They will send it through to your company, and then your team would sit together and do your preparations based on your bid clarification meeting to your customer. Now, another nugget that I like to throw in here as well. If your management are not considering having a meeting prior to attending this specific bid clarification with a client, please strongly advise them or provoke them to do this, because you can either make or break your project bid by how you come into these specific bid clarification meetings. If you come in half-cocked, not looking well prepared, the company can see, no, this person, this company is not serious and we should not even consider them for this job. But if you come in well prepared, and everything is well structured, etc., you will be able to explain to them in detail what you are going to be doing and how professional your company is going to be. Right. So at the end of the meeting, you would summarize. Oh, sorry. I mean, I forgot to mention one thing about the other comments I made with regard to the post-meeting correspondence. Now, sometimes at the end of a project, you will have post-meeting correspondence where an email will be sent out after the meeting, maybe from the safety manager to you. That has not been discussed or minuted within the bid clarification meeting. That was an item that the person forgot about. And sends you an email and says, hey man, I just forgot, please send me your ISO 45001 certification. I'd like to just see that your guys are certified. So all of that would be done in advance in the early stage, and you'd want to respond to that person within an early stage because it shows professionalism and urgency to respond to specific emails. You know, I worked with some companies that were working for us as contractors, and they frustrated the life out of you when you had to send them emails and they respond to you 1 week or 2 weeks later on something that they could have taken 10 minutes if they read it and responded to you and given you a response in that regard. I understand sometimes we can also just pick up a phone and ask a person for an answer, but sometimes you want it in writing because you also have a record of it that I've asked you for this information and you've given me a response, and what was your response, so that you also have written confirmation of these as well. But sometimes you get so frustrated by certain companies that respond when they feel they're willing to respond. Okay. Yeah. So next we have, at the end of the meeting, we would summarize the questions that require answers, by when they will be answered, and to whom the answers should be directed. So this ensures that there's sufficient time to get the answers through to the client. Okay. Next, you're going to have to appear positive, and if what the client is asking isn't possible, explain why and offer alternative solutions. So this is why I'm saying it's so important to come well prepared. Sometimes you might not even be willing, or not willing, but be in the position to respond to the client on a specific question. But if you all have well prepared for that bid clarification meeting, you would be easily able to even pass it on to your project manager and say, sorry, and I'll just let my project manager answer this question here now, please, because it's out of my area or out of my jurisdiction. I don't have the ability to give you guys an answer on this specific topic at this point. And then the project manager can come in and they can advise accordingly. Okay. And then we look at, don't make promises and commitments that you cannot keep. Very, very important. Don't make commitments that you cannot keep. Don't make promises to your client that you can't keep. Because if you are making things that are outside of your contract, and they award the contract to you, that information will be held against you within your minutes, within your kickoff, not your kickoff meeting, excuse me. Sometimes they will even copy the minutes of that meeting and they will include it into the contract itself. And then once that contract document has been signed, you will be held as if what you stated in this kickoff meeting, this bid clarification meeting, will be seen as contractual. Okay. Next, you look at thank the client for inviting you to the meeting, but that's more the project manager that will do that. Okay. So after the meeting, on returning to the office, you need to allocate the questions to the relevant staff and then coordinate the answers into one reply to the client. That you can do, you can delegate that amongst your team. If you're the corporate manager or agent, you can delegate that through to certain people to give responses to that. And then they would be able to allocate specific questions that are relevant to those specific staff. And then when we start looking at when the minutes of the tender meeting are received, you need to check that they are correct. and that there is a fair reflection of what was discussed and agreed upon within the meeting. And if there's anything that you disagree with, you need to respond to that, or your project manager will respond to that from your email to them or form a letter to the client based on your disagreement on the minutes. And if necessary, you send a letter after the meeting confirming the discussions and any revisions to the tender offer made during the meeting. Is there any changes to the documentation? Are there any additional information that they're asking for from a safety, health, and environmental perspective? You can then provide that to them if it is within your means to do so. As I mentioned, ensure that the client questions are replied to within an agreed time frame, because again, you do not want to be in a situation where, because you are not compiling, you are not responding to the clients on time, that client can see you as not a good contractor and they might not award your company for the project. Okay, so now when we're talking about method statements, I think everybody should be quite familiar with method statements. If you are not familiar with a method statement, please let me know via a thumb up or show of hands. If you are not familiar with a method statement, I can go into a template, but if you are, I have also put these down as part of the sample documents that you guys have received in the Google Drive, okay? All right, so let's move on to the project proposal. Now, at this stage now, a proposal, what is the project proposal and what does it entail? So the project proposal is the written document that is drafted by the seller to the prospective buyer, and it is a one step in a more complicated sales process. So as I've mentioned to you guys, the proposal is more, I am offering this package or process to you as a company. Are you willing to accept this based on what I am proposing for you as a client that I can do for you? Okay, so let's say, for example, even us as safety consultants, we can propose to a company what activities we can do for them, what assistance we can provide for them, and how will this help them as a company. Okay, so that's the project proposal in a nutshell. Now, when we start looking at cost estimation and budgeting, okay, this is now where we start talking about your calculations on your project, where safety comes into play and how we build a safety budget. So if the budget is, for example, right, you are given now the job to price this job to assist this specific company or client, you will then start looking at certain aspects for that project. Now, can anybody give me some examples of what we would be including within our safety budget? Okay. What are some of the stuff that we would be considering when we are doing our project safety budget? Okay, Kaylin, go to speak, sorry.
Training, PPE, barricading, materials, that sort of thing.
Yeah. You're a little bit soft on my side. I don't know if everyone else can hear you, but you're a bit soft on my side. I don't know if you can try and see if you can.
Try and turn the volume up or speak louder. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. I can hear you much better now. So thank you. I heard you saying training. I heard you saying barricading, PPE, etc. So correct. When we're doing our budgeting, we're looking at aspects like, as Kaylin has mentioned, PPE, safety, equipment, but then we're going into deeper stuff like gas monitoring devices, lux meters. What else we look at? We look at signages, stats boards, safety campaigns. We're looking at banners, incentive schemes. What are we going to be running on our project? What do we have budgeted for this project? We're looking at, as you mentioned, specific trainings, etc. And then we got to start looking at certain budget contingencies, where we're saying, if there is some delays on the project or unforeseen emergency circumstances, what are our contingencies that we've considered to ensure that the project considers all of these different aspects, and that we have a buffer that we can work on, that we don't find ourselves 1 year into the project and we've run out of a safety budget and now we don't have the money to continue. So another important aspect when we're looking at the budgeting as well, that's important to understand, is that we never compromise on safety. So we would always be looking at aspects. I don't know what's going on with this thing. We will be looking at things like, for example, your resources, right? So when we're looking at staffing, we start understanding what is the most expensive cost that we would be looking at for the project. That would normally be your staffing, right? Your salaries that you need to be paying. So based on the project volume or size, what size, or how many people are present, who would be employed at which stages of the project, when would they need to be ramped up. So you're looking at your histogram, as I mentioned previously. So from your histogram, you will be able to identify at an initial stage of the project, at the early stage of the project, we now need to start looking at ramping up our safety officers. We brought in a safety manager and maybe a safety administrator. They will ensure that the safety management system is up and running, and everything is running smoothly. And then we'll start bringing in some safety officers. Those safety officers will then be allocated certain roles and responsibilities. So that costing that comes into play, when do you need to up your safety staff, and when do you need to reduce your safety staff? Okay, and then we need to start thinking about roles like safety watchers, your whole watchers for confined space, or your confined space attendants, whatever you want to call them. If those people are separate from the teams that are going to be working, you would have to include that into your budgeting as well. Okay, then you're looking at what other kind of equipment, etc., will be utilized. As you mentioned, what other trainings, etc., will be utilized on the project from a safety perspective, and you need to understand and find out from companies how much will that cost me. If we need to provide training for working at heights for every single worker that's working at heights, how many employees is that? Can I look at getting a reduction on cost from a supplier, because we're going to be sending them 500 employees to conduct working at heights training? Just an example, right? And then at the end of that, you've put all your costing in place, you put your contingencies in place, and you submit that through to your subcontracting department, and they, or your project manager, and they will approve it based on what they've calculated as well. They might call you in and say, why did you put this here? Why is this pricing here? Why is this amount so high or so low? And then at the end of the day, everybody can agree and everybody is happy with the budget and cost estimation. Important to also understand that we have what is called indirect costs. Okay, so your indirect costs also needs to be considered, and you also have to consider certain things like, for an example, how many companies do you all think had considered COVID coming into play in 2019 into 2020? How many companies you think had already put those cost calculations into it, considering additional PPE, additional hand sanitizers, PCR testing requirements, reduction of staff, etc., working from home? I don't think there was any companies really that considered these hidden costs and indirect costs that needed to be considered within their contingencies. So I just wanted to throw that in there as well, that we always need to give ourselves proper buffers when we are looking at these indirect costs as well. Okay. So now we are at the pre-construction stage of the project. We have still yet not put a site establishment out on the ground. We're still at the very early stages. We're now looking at the pre-construction stage of the project. And we're now going to go into what are the health and safety agent duties. Okay. So when we're looking at the health and safety agents, we're asking ourselves or manager, what are they doing at this stage with the tender documentation and looking at the procurement process? So at this stage, they are attending the design and consultants meetings still. They are assisting in developing a clear construction project health and safety procurement process. Now, this is also another interesting topic. Can anybody think why it would be important that the safety is involved in the procurement process at this stage? Can anybody give me their view on this, why it would be important that the safety agent / manager is involved already at the construction project health and safety procurement process?
There might be, like, say for example, chemicals that you can't take into a certain area on site, or companies might need to purchase conflicting materials that that can't work on the site or in the area.
Okay, correct. Thank you, Kaelan. That's correct as well. That there would be certain chemicals, certain materials, certain equipment, certain PPE. I'll give you an example, right? So we know that mostly the procurement department, a lot of the time, the guys are looking to buy the cheapest stuff that they can find for most companies. But if we as the safety agents and managers submit to them or issue to them a clear understanding with regard to the health and safety specification, which in the specification we define, we are looking for these type of quality of PPE that needs to be procured. We're looking at these equipment that needs to be purchased and what type of equipment we are looking at, where would we get it from, what standards would they be designed to or approved to. Example would be, let's say, a hard hat stats would be your SANS 1397, okay? That you would approve, you would only have hard hats that have the stamp with the 1397 SANS a stamp on the hard hats itself. So that therefore you know that the quality that you're getting from that hard hat should be of the caliber or standard according to what it has been designed to, which is the SANS approved 1397. So that's just the one example, right? So there's many others that we could utilize. So now we've gone through, and also within the procurement process, we need to understand something. Procurement does not only cover us for buying of materials, buying of equipment, PPE, and those kind of things. Procurement also deals with the selection of the contractor and vendors as well. Okay, so that's their department that is dealing with this, the procurement department, and saying, okay, based on the pre-qualification audits, based on the assessments that were done, based on the bid clarification meetings, we are happy to take this company to do the work for us, and the procurement department will pass that information through to the project management or project directors, whoever, and they will look at the information that has been prepared, and they will say, okay, I'm happy with the contractor that you have selected, or I'm unhappy with the contractor because of X, Y, Z. They would then have to relook at things, go back to the drawing board if need be, and then finally they will be at the point where they are happy to start contacting the contractor that has been selected. Okay, so now we're moving on to finalize the construction. Now we're looking at providing the record of the construction project health, safety, hygiene, and the design risk information to the principal consultant and other consultants. Yeah, they'll also be preparing the construction project health and safety documentation for submission to the authorities. Can anyone think of what documentation this would be that will be prepared for the construction project health and safety documentation for submission to the authorities? what do we need to submit to the Department of Employment and Labor before we can start working on a project, especially a large-scale project?
Notice
The
of
notification
construction.
of construction or notification.
Okay, thank you, Gloria. That will be the one, yes. From your side, Helen, what's the other one you mentioned?
No, I just said the notification of construction, but maybe a permit as well, depending on what the construction project is.
Correct, that's correct. So yes, we would be starting to do the applications already for the permits and stuff as well. Okay, depending on how big or how long the project is going to be, as well as the other aspects of CIDB, grading for the project size, how many shifts worked, etc., etc. That would determine whether there is a permit or just a notification of construction work. Okay, then the agent and manager would participate in the construction project tender clarification meetings or bid clarification meetings. They sometimes call tender clarification meetings. They sometimes call bid clarification meetings. Okay, so they interchangeably use that terminology, those two terminologies. Okay, so assisting with the evaluation of tenders and verify the contractor's competencies, knowledge, and resources to carry out the construction work. So a lot of the time as well, I mentioned to you all that there's a pre-qualification process that will take place, and a lot of the time you do a pre-qualification audit as well. But I've also, we've also been in processes where we've submitted documentation that was requested of us to submit to them, to the client, or to the principal contractor, where they gave us a list of documents that we needed to provide to them. That will include your statistics, your trend analysis, your 3-year rolling horizon for your project, or RCR rates. What lessons learned have you experienced within the past 3 years? Have you had any fatal incidents or any significant environmental spillages? What is your carbon footprint from your company side? How much fuel do you use? Those are the kind of questions that they would sometimes ask you to submit in a file. So you can take that as almost like your bidding file that you would have submitted from a safety perspective. And that's important for you guys to understand, that you need to obviously compile it in the most professional way so that you can submit that through to your customer, okay? And then I mentioned as well, you'll be assisting with the cost consultants in the finalization of the construction project health and safety cost estimation and budgeting. And then you'll be assisting with the preparation of the contract documentation for signature, because there'll be a lot of annexures or addendums that will be included within the contract document. And then that also be the preparation for the construction project health and safety mobilization and access plans for the construction work. So you're now at the stage where you almost know for a fact that it is this company that has been awarded this contract, okay? You're now at the point where you can assess samples, mock-ups, and products for construction project, structural maintainability and operability, and the health and safety compliance, which you would have gotten from the detail engineering. So pertaining to procurement, I've explained already in a little bit of detail with regard to procurement, what it entails, that you would have considered these certain aspects when you are, the procurement department is finalizing their acceptance for the relevant company that they now want to start engaging in. And then they're going to give them what we call a letter of intent. Okay, anybody heard of this before? Show of hands if you have. Okay, so no one's heard of the letter of intent. So let me explain it to you. What is the letter of intent? The letter of intent is a document outlining the understanding between two or more parties, which understanding they intend to formalize into a legally binding agreement or contract. The concept is similar to a heads of agreement term sheet or a memorandum of understanding. Okay, so who would issue the letter of intent? Who would issue the letter of intent?
Client.
The client, thank you. So the client or the main contractor, etc., which would still be seen as the client or the subcontractor, would issue the letter of intent. Now, again, not safety related, project related, but you understand, okay, there's a letter of intent we've received. Automatically, your ears will trigger, or your brain will trigger based on what you've heard, that, hey guys, we've received this contract. So I need to start the process now. I need to speak to who's the project manager allocated for that job. Who do I need to liaise with? What do we need to start getting in place? When does it need to be done by? You can already be proactive once you hear, oh, we've received a letter of intent from this client. Okay, thank you. We know that we've now been issued or awarded with a job. So then we look at separate prime contracts. Now, when we're looking at contract agreements, we know that contracts are legal and binding contracts between two parties, right? The client and the contractor that's been awarded the job. So a few nuggets that I've thrown in here that I want to discuss with you all is, when the contract has been awarded to your company, what I would normally do now. So what happens is, your company will be issued with the contract, right? For after the letter of intent, the company will now issue you with the contract from either the principal contractor or the client itself. You're now going to be starting this job. Once they issue the contract, what do you need to do from your side, from a safety perspective? This to me is a very, very important nugget. What I normally do is, when I start on any project, I would request the contract document from the procurement department or contracts department, and I would request it, if possible, in a PDF version, which is a searchable document within the contract between the company and the client. So I'm going to talk to you guys now with two hats on, and I want you to understand, open your minds a bit and think about it. If I am the client, safety manager or safety agent, and we've issued the contract through to this company that's going to come in and start doing the work, what do I need to be aware of or informed of? I already understand most of the stuff because I have compiled the relevant attachments or addendums, or what we sometimes call them exhibits, right, in the contract. Sometimes they refer to them as exhibits. I have already compiled the documentation. I know what is required, what it entails, and I submitted it through to the procurement department, who's put this into a complete contract with the relevant exhibits or attachments, and they have submitted it through to the company. Now it's been signed off and everybody understands. There are separate attachments that have been given that are downloadable, or whether you want it in PDF formats or Word formats, Excel, etc. It's up to you how your company works. But based on that information that has been submitted, they can already start now downloading the documentation. So that's from the client perspective, okay? When you are the contractor now, your company has been awarded the contract, you are requesting now from the contracts department or procurement department to please give you a copy of the contract that you would like to be able to review. Sometimes the company, your procurement department or contracts department might say to you, listen, I don't have a PDF version of the contract, I only have it in hard copy, because some contracts are a little bit funny. Some clients, they would only give it to you on a hard copy, but they normally give you multiple copies of the contract. Okay, or your company can go and make multiple copies of the contract. But for me, what's vital at this point is that they need to provide you with the contract document so that you can start searching in the document for everything that is applicable to health, safety, and the environment. Okay? So when you are receiving this 250, 300 page document, you're not now looking at us and saying, wow, how am I going to read through all of this stuff? This is daunting. I don't have the time. I've got so many projects under my belt, etc., etc. And then you can start going into a panic mode. What you do is, if you have received it in a PDF format that is searchable, that means that you can search within that document and say safety or HSE, health, safety, environments, whatever searches you want to do, you do a search, whatever will come up on the left-hand side, you can click on it, it will then take you within the document to that specific section. If you have a nice PDF editor or something that you can utilize to take down notes or copy from that PDF, you can copy it and paste it into a Word document. This will help you in a tremendous way for information, for specific contractual sections that are referred to within the contract, where you would sometimes need to refer to that section within the contract, because sometimes you need to go back to the procurement or contract department and say, listen, man, I'm having a problem in this area. The client is asking me to do this, but it has not been required for me from the specification. Neither was it in the tender document that was in the contract, excuse me, that was submitted to. So what they would normally do is they would submit a request for compensation, which is like a RFC, request for compensation, or what's the other one that we utilize? Compensation event request that they would submit through to the clients and say, listen, based on what you're asking us to do, it was not required of us within the tender documentation, it was not required of us in the contract. So therefore, this is something that you need to compensate us for. It's going to take us 3 days to do with our manpower. Please, can you compensate us accordingly? And then that management will either decide, okay, yes, we're going to pay you for it, or no, rather not do it. We're not going to require you guys to do it in that way. Okay, so that's what's the benefit of having a clear understanding with your contract. What is the necessary exhibits that are applicable to health, safety, and environment, and how will this be able to affect your company or your department as well, especially if you are the manager for your department, how you're going to manage these things. Because I'm giving you all a couple of nuggets here because it's personal experiences that I've encountered through my years. You'd find yourself that you're working with a client and the project manager just wants you to do things because he wants you to do things or she wants you to do things. Even if it's outside of the contract, outside of the tender, outside of legal requirements, they say, no, man, I'd like you to put up these extra special signs that are costing you 100,000 Rand a month to go and put up a sign. If you look at your budget that you allocated for the project, no, I did not allocate 100,000 a month just for signages. This is eating into my budget, and therefore I cannot accept this. Guys, please, can you send an early warning to the clients, informing them that the project manager is requesting these things? Can you request for them to compensate us for this? And therefore, once they compensate, we will then be able to do as they are asking us to do. Okay, because that is sometimes an aspect that is outside of the initial agreement or contract, and therefore it is something that you should be compensated for. Okay. So
I'm sorry, Fabian, is this where the site instructions come in?
Correct, L'Oreal. So this is now where site instructions start coming in. So different contracts use different terminologies. Okay, so when we're talking about your site instructions, I think it's more the JBCCs and your FIDICs. When you start looking at early warnings and request for compensation or project management instructions that they sometimes use, PMIs, or request for compensation, is where you're looking at your NEC3, NEC4 contract. Okay, so you will hear these different terminologies being utilized from these different contracts that they utilize when they are drafting up these agreements or contractual agreements. Okay, so you will see that they will refer to either NEC3 or NEC4, or they will refer to FIDIC or JBCC as well. Okay, so these are just examples I've shared with you all of different contexts, but you are 100% correct where your site instruction starts coming into play, where the client will start issuing you guys with a site instruction to say, please do this. Sometimes site instructions come with compensation. Sometimes they will say no compensation because they should have been considered within the tender phase of your contract, or it's already referred to in this document in the exhibit in the contract. Okay, and then you will read it and see in your contracts management, contracts department will look at it and say, hey, the client is correct, so we would do this activity for free. Other times they need to compensate because it is outside of the contract or outside of the specification. Now, also what's nice to do is when you are looking at your contract, you would extract certain points that are important, like certain clauses. I'm going to give you an example of a clause. So some contract clauses allow, for example, for the client to remove a person from the project, which is good at times to quote these in your email. So if you are the client, let's say you're having a problem with a specific individual, this person is always working unsafely, always giving poor, incorrect instructions or unsafe instructions, etc. You can go back to that contract and extract that specific clause from the contract, and therefore you can issue that to the company and say, based on this contractual clause, I am therefore requesting for the removal of this specific person. Okay, and that's something that you can do within your right. Okay, you have the power and authority. As long as your company gives you that authority to do, you can remove certain people based on that. So I just quickly show you an example of that. So I just wanted to quickly show you. So this is just a quick example while we're running through on your bidders list that you can have. Okay. So this is a sample of the bidders list that we would have from different companies that would be approved to do certain activities. And you would have had the bidders list for them, right? And then you would have had the tender phase sheet information. Now, what I would normally do at this stage is I would have issued them with the tender phase information looking at your sheet. Oh, I hope you can see. No, sorry, man, you're still seeing my presentation. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I just want to show you this because these documents are important. Okay, can you see this document now? So based on the tender documentation, we would have submitted these to the client, right? Your sheet statistics in the past 2 years, number of fatal incidents, lost workday cases, restricted workday cases. How many hours have you worked? Companies and clients, approved vendors list. Are you on there? Are you accredited as by a SHE organization that can accredit you or certify you? Is your letter of good standing up to date and available, etc.? So, and then also looking at certain aspects of non-conformances pertaining to safety or quality. Have you had any Section 24 incidents reported to the Department of Labor? So these are just examples of what you would sometimes need to present to a client before they even award you the contract. Okay, so this is like your early stage process, and then you'd have your kickoff meeting that will come in at a later stage, and then we're starting to look at construction execution plan. Now, the contract sample document that I wanted to share with you is this one: removal of personnel. Now, you would obviously, this is an example, an extract of a contract that we had between us and a contractor. Okay, we were the EPCM contractor, and this was a contract with this company. Now listen to or read what it says. Company reserves the right to request replacement of contractors' personnel at any time for reasons of violation of HSE standards lack of quality and or qualification, as well as misbehavior. The contractor has to ensure immediate replacement of such personnel at its own cost. Replaced personnel requires company's approval. Okay, now what does that mean? So if I go to that clause, okay, the number is not on this photograph, but I would have gone to that section of the clause. It would have obviously been 6.1. I would have said, according to contract blah 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 between X and A, section 6.1, and then you can extract this section from there, copy and paste it into your email. You can submit that through to the customer, to the contractor, and you can clearly explain to them. If I have a continuous issue with the specific person again, I will then have no choice but to resort to requesting you to comply with section 6.1 in the contract. Let this be a warning to this individual that if it happens again, I will then have no choice but to remove that individual from the project site. You understand? So based on that section in the contract, we had the right as a company, I could go and I can request the immediate removal of this person, and I want a replacement of this person with a suitable person with my or our approval prior to that project, prior to that person being deployed or accepted for that project. Okay, so everybody is understanding this section. Now, I was talking to you guys about the FIDICs and those other things just now. I just wanted to share with you all an example. So this is a sample of the FIDIC book that you have, the conditions of contract of construction. And this is the first edition of 1999. I think there's obviously much more recent ones, but this is the one that I had on file, okay? Now, as a safety person, it is good to have these documents because you can understand contractually what authorities your company has and what you can also do as far as the contract is concerned. Example that I mentioned as well when it comes to certain early warnings is these type of documents that can be presented or issued through to a customer or to a contractor explaining what are your concerns with regards to outstanding closeouts of various items not being done in a speedily manner. And you can then submit to them this early warning with your relevant contractual clauses that you can then put into it as well. Okay, so this is just examples I wanted to share with you guys based on that. So going back to the presentation.
Hi, Fabian.
Yes.
Sorry, man. Just to go back on that removal of personnel off site.
Personnel, yes.
I had I've had an incident where that happened with me actually. To remove myself off site.
Okay.
And it was actually based, and that's why I want to say that the document is very important as well, because that was just, I don't even know what you want to call it. She just didn't want women as safety on site.
Wow.
When we really got down to the bottom of it. And unfortunately, I was put as the principal contractor, safety manager on that site. So I had about 7 officers under me, and she refused. She didn't want any woman on site.
Sure. No, that's madness. And you know, you have circumstances like this now that happens, but if you have a strong project manager, company management team that are willing to back you no matter what, yeah, they would be able to easily tell them, listen, if you accepted this person from the beginning, this was our candidate that we put forward within our bid, because most of the time you would have to submit an organogram and people's CVs and competencies in the bid clarification at that stage already. So once your company has been awarded the contract, and it was also not discussed in the bid clarification meetings and everybody was happy, then your company has a right to reject that request. So yes, they can request the removal of I'm not disputing that fact, but it must also be on specific grounds, okay? They cannot just say, I don't like this person because they are female, or I don't like how they look and I want this person removed, or that person gave me a funny look in the morning, they didn't smile at me when I smiled at them. You know, they have to be clear-cut reasons why the person is being removed from site. And because it's a big decision, firstly, and also it's a costly process as well. Because imagine you maybe have been awarded, given a contract, you've been placed in a specific home. Your children maybe are now being placed in the school where you're going to be working. All of these kind of things can start coming into play, and how much money that starts costing, especially when you're looking at international assignments that people have been awarded. It's not just as easy as, okay, we don't like this person, please remove them and take them to take them off our site. No. Your company has a right to refuse that matter and dispute it as well. But the unfortunate thing is about this whole situation, and it's unfortunate as it is that most companies, and everyone else, will not support their people because they are only interested in the end result, which is the money. So many of them will not back you, will not support you, will throw you under the bus, basically. And they will just get a replacement for you because they want to appease that specific client to keep them happy. If I was
very fortunate, sorry Fabian, very fortunate in that I had my company's full support.
Great.
Absolute full support, because to be honest with you, the qualifications when we found out was actually higher than the person that wanted to be off-site itself.
So maybe they
you understand, and some of the consultants.
Yeah. They must have.
Yeah, some of the consultants was also, yes. And also is that I just want to share with everybody. It's so important to ensure that, make sure that your documents are always in order. If you don't have it, don't make it up. You understand? Yes. In the beginning, I know a lot of us don't have time to go through the site specifications. I don't have time to go through the client's baseline risk assessment. Fortunately, I did have time to go through this, so that when I sat on a panel of people with my engineers with me, questions were thrown and I could answer them. Like with confidence, because I walked the line with the engineers. I knew exactly what was going on the job. You understand? And there was things that they couldn't even, because I also threw some questions.
Yes.
So, you know, and you said I'm incompetent here. So what do you do in this case? And they couldn't answer. Correct. You understand? And it was a learning curve for me. I think it was the worst part of my career that I've ever been through. I didn't eat for 2 days because this went on for about a week.
Sure.
I was ready to up and leave and like literally say, okay, fine. You know what? I'll go find something else. I had the support of my subcontractors' owners telling me, you will not walk off this project. You will not walk off this project. It really makes a difference when you got your support.
No, that's very, very true.
And I ended up staying longer than that person itself. I just say,
I hope you were able to amend whatever feelings she had towards you, and that you managed to somehow come to an amicable ground between both parties.
And that was the sad part. We didn't, because I know for a fact that I was supposed to grasp some and get some information from this person, being a woman in this industry.
Yes.
And I mean, she's gotten very far. This is a global company that we're busy with.
Dealing with, yes.
And that's my next step, but it did not end off in that manner.
in
It didn't end off. And that was the sad part,
that's
because
yeah.
I didn't take what I was supposed to take from her.
No, that's true. Yeah, it's unfortunate. We are going to meet up with, and maybe we can just touch on this point a little bit as well, that we are going to meet up with unnecessary people in life. We are going to meet up with the people that are not nice as human beings. But we have to still show those people respect. We still got to do what we have to do to get the job done. We're not here to suck up to
Challenge,
people. You know, we're not here to suck up to them, but we are here to work together with them as a team. And if they're not willing to work with you as a team, then you need to do what you have to do to still get the job done. As long as you're going to continue working on that project and within their space, you'll need to somehow come to an amicable ground. And I've worked on projects for many years. I'll be honest, a lot of the time, from my perspective as well, I'm talking from my own experience, a lot of the time I had the attitude with certain people. I was the one that was the pompous one. I had a bit of a fluffy tail that we use quite commonly, you know, to say that I thought I was the bee's knees. And a lot of the time that creates an unnecessary environment for you. Whether you are the client or whether you are the contractor, always learn to respect the people, whether they are above you or below you, and treat everybody in the same manner, that in way that you would like to be treated. I grew up, or I won't say grew up, let me rather change it. I was brought up in the wrong frame of mind and at the wrong time frame in safety, where we were seen as the policeman. Okay, so especially you guys that are coming much more newer in the industry, you all have come in at a much better stage, because safety has been done at a much different level, and it is a lot to do with the psychology of people and those kind of aspects nowadays. And when we started off, we were seen as the policeman. You catch a guy doing something wrong, you take him to the office, he gets a warning, you catch him again, he's gone, he's off the project. And that was the way that we were taught. I'll give you an example. My first company I worked for was Murray and Roberts MEI. I used to get a call from my boss once a month. His name was JP from Lochenberg. Lochis was his nickname. He would call me, he's late now. He would call me and he'll say to me, Fabian, how many people have you fired this month? And I'll tell him I've fired nobody this month, because the guys have been working well. And then he would threaten me and he'd tell me, if you don't fire somebody this month, I'm going to fire you, you know? So this was the kind of way that we were taught safety. And now when you understand it, when you are, say, more matured and more grounded and rooted within your understanding of what safety is all about, and how you need to consider the science of safety and people, you understand how to deal with things in a much better way. And you find that you don't have the fluffy tail, because ego is the enemy in any position that you are working. Remove ego out of you, you find that you are a much more likable person. You get more done. People are more susceptible to help you. Your team under you are more helpful, that will always want to support you and back you. And even within your own company, you'd find that people get along with you and that you are a likable person. I'm not saying to you that you must be the likable person that everybody likes, because then again, you also need to be that person that's firm and fair. When you find something that's not right, you need to stand your ground. You need to not be a pushover, and to be able to tell a person, listen, I don't agree with what you were saying or what you were trying to need for me to do, and I am not accepting this. Reason being is X, Y, Z. Do you accept what I'm saying or do you not? No, I don't. Okay, no problem. Then we'll have to obviously take this up a level higher than us, so that we can come to a common ground. Okay, hoping that you have a manager or somebody that's above you that will support you, and then that issue can be easily resolved. But always dealing with it in a professional manner. Okay, as I said, I've learned for myself. I've also knocked my head a couple of times through my 19 years. It hasn't been all sunshine and roses. It's had its lot of prickly pears along the way within my career as well, but a lot of it was also self-inflicted. So it's always good as well to do some introspection on yourself, where you come from, where you at, where you want to be, and to start improving on those areas, whether it's improving on your soft skills, whether it's improving on your communication skills, whether it's improving on your aggression, of how you deal with people, how you speak to people. Are you a respectable person? How do other people see you as well? You know, how do your subordinates see you? Is all important for your development and growth. And I can tell you now, once you tweaked these nitty-gritties within your own life, you would find that you will develop much better, you will progress much better, and you will be a happier person. That's, for me, is one of the key aspects. I went through stages of bouts in my life that I was going through depression, and I thought that I was losing my marbles at certain times within my job, within my life, because there was a lot of stress, but I was also putting a lot of it onto myself. I'm a spiritual person now that I understand things in my way, and I put a lot of things, I ask God to help me through a lot of things, and my depressions and those things have gone. But I've become a better person as well. So it's important that we understand these things, and why you brought it up now, I just felt that we can discuss a few of these personal aspects for everyone to understand as well. So thank you, Laurel, for what you shared, and I appreciate it. It is now 1 o'clock. I'm going to ask everybody if we can break for 30 minutes, come back at 1:30, and then we'll have 1 hour more to go into a bit of additional information, and then we can close for today at 2:30. And then when we come back on the 6th, we're going to be going through the balance of the training, and I'm going to also be going through quite a few of the documentation. So also, as I asked, please, I've shared the Google Drive links with you guys. I know it's still early. Please, if you can go through them during this break, and that you can identify certain documents that you'd like me to clarify, and I will do so on the 6th as well. So thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy your lunch, and I will see you back at 1:30. Thank you. Okay, so it's 13:30 now. Thank you, everybody. Hope everybody is back. Please, if you can just have a quick show of thumbs or hands that you are back, so that I can start. We're gonna go up until 2, and I'll just quickly open it up for a few questions, and then we can close for today, and then we'll be reconvening again on the 6th, as I've mentioned. So I hope everybody is ready for the last hour. I'm going to slow it down slightly here, because I'm trying to go into a bit more documentation side for sharing. So I just want to see the participants. See, there's a hand up. Any other thumbs up or hands up? Show me that you have, please. Okay, thank you. Good stuff. Okay. So let's start. The next slide up that I have is an example of the FIDIC contracts that you get, samples of it on the left-hand side. And the right-hand side is your NEC4, and you get the NEC3 as well. But most companies nowadays have transitioned over to the NEC4, engineering and construction short contract, okay? Which is being utilized in the industry internationally. So the other type of contracts that you do get as well is the JBCC, as well as I think it's the GC. I want to get it correct for you guys. got it on the previous slide. So share. So it's the JBCC is the one, and the other one is, I think it's the GCC. I don't know, I can't seem to find this now. Okay, but I'll just share it with you. But that's just for information's sake with regards to the different type of project contracts, excuse me, that you get. I might have kept it here. Yes, it's GCC. Okay, so it's the JBCC. Most of your government projects are utilizing the JBCC contract type from Public Works, etc. Then you have your different NEC, NEC3, NEC4. You have your FIDIC, and then you have your GCC contract as well. All right. So now we're going to be touching on the kickoff meeting. Okay. So the kickoff meeting now, for information's sake, what's important about it and what you need to understand, what you should have in place. All of this now is what we're going to be discussing over this session here on the deck. Okay, we are going to be looking at the kickoff meeting. So what's important about the kickoff meeting? What should we ensure that we have in place? What we need to do is, and this is from my own personal nuggets, from my own treasure trove that I'm going to give you guys, is that we need to arrange a team kickoff meeting before we have our own kickoff meeting with either the client or with regards to the contractor. So again, now I'm wearing two caps here in this discussion. If we are having a kickoff meeting, now that means that the contract's been awarded, a letter of intent was sent, contract has been signed. We're now in the process where the contractor is now starting to come onto site. They would come in now and have a kickoff meeting with us. If it is the contractor and I'm the main contractor or client, etc. Or we would be going to the client and having a meeting with them for the kickoff meeting, okay? That's the process. Before we start going into safety documentation, safety file preparations and all of that, we're now in this stage. We're still in the early stages. So again, we still have not yet put a spade to the ground or a container down for site establishment. All right. Excuse me. So what I'm saying is, yeah, is that we need to arrange our own team kickoff meeting before we have the kickoff meeting either with the client or with the contractor. Now, the reason for this is the obvious one, is that we want to be well prepared. We need to run through the relevant minutes of the meeting to establish each point, especially where we need to provide something to the contractor or we need to provide something to the client. If they need to provide something to us, it is normally quite self-explanatory, straightforward, and it's basically the formality that needs to be done and ticked. When we now need to provide something to the client or to the contractor, we need to have some information prepared and maybe even a file or a CD or DVD or a USB, whatever you want to utilize to issue this documentation over to the customer or to the contractor. Okay, so have your kickoff meeting, go through each section of your minutes. If the client has prepared the kickoff meeting minutes and shared it with you as your company, sit with the project management, the site management, the QC manager, procurement, etc., document controller, everybody sit together and go through the minutes as a team. And that's where you now start identifying, okay, this is what we need to provide. Do we have it in place? Yes, we do. Do we have it in place? No, we don't. Action by who, by when, by how? Yes, 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 done. And then we can close it out. You understand? So this is the best way of preparing for your kickoff meeting. What I also suggest here is that we sit together with each department head to prepare their section of the meeting, and we were all had a turn to critique and edit it jointly. So what we would do is we would say, okay, so Gavin, you need to prepare the QC documentation or the QC side of it for the minutes and what the contractor needs to be aware of, informed of, etc. That might sometimes be outside of the information of the contract or tender, not meaning that it's additional stuff, but means that it is more for information that they understand. So an example would be, let me think of a quick example. A PDA, potential deviation analysis, would need to be conducted in all areas where the contractor is working in a live plant or brownfield plants. This is an example I'm thinking of, right? So that information might not have necessarily been within the specification, but it is a requirement for the client. So that's where now you will come in with this information, which is a let's say a plant requirement, which would have somehow been communicated somewhere. It should have been in some document somewhere, I would suppose, that you would have ensured that this information was communicated. But if it is an old company, an old contractor that's working on site, they would have already known this information. You're just reiterating the information for them, that they understand that this is how they need to work. So they need to take into consideration what activities need to be performed prior to the information being shared to them, or prior to them going to the next step. So for an example, right, you have a risk assessment, an issue-based risk assessment in place. You now want to request a permit from the clients, operators or foreman, right? So what would happen normally is that there would be a risk assessment approved by us, and that means that they can start work. But now they're working outside of our greenfield area, they're working in a brownfield area, they now need to apply for a permit. That risk assessment alone will not suffice to allow them to start working. So they would have had to have completed a PDA, which is the potential deviation analysis, as well as a SAS 558. I don't know now what they're utilizing, to be very honest, but I'm just mentioning a few documents that I could recall that were used in the past. So from that PDA that's done and the SAS 558 gets completed, they would then be given the approval and allow them to start working. Okay, so in the kickoff meeting now is where you are going to be discussing these kind of topics with them. You're going to be sharing with them and saying, okay, guys, please make sure that your PDA information has been shared with us in advance, so that we can request the client to make the venue available where we can sit together and we can do the PDA, because there are people from the plant also need to be available and participate in that process. Okay, so then there'll be a meeting invite sent out and all of that. So all of that explanations would go into that section under, let's say, risk assessments, requirements, etc., or applying for a permit within the brownfield area. And then based on that, that will be clearly explained to them in the kickoff meeting. If you need to share email addresses at that time, if you need to share specific templates that you are utilizing at that time, all of that can then be shared within the kickoff meeting. Okay. So what else would be conducted, or what else would we do? So what I said is that we had our kickoff meeting with our clients and shared our presentation, and it went off very well, as we were well prepared. So what we would also do is we would conduct a presentation to the client, explaining to them how we plan on executing our project, how each department head is going to execute his department, the project, and execute the work within his department to ensure that everybody understands what needs to be done in the way it needs to be done, and how everything will be conducted as a separate department as well as a combined team when it comes to the execution of the project. Okay, we did the same with each of our contractors, but this time we requested for them to present their parts under each department as well. So what we would do is we would request from the contractor side as well as our own way of how we would work, share with us how you are going to work. This way, think about it. If you understand their department's methodologies or processes of how they're working, who's going to do what, what I actually prefer to do was I would ask them to do also a process flow so that you can understand, okay, when it comes to auditing, how's the process going to work? Who in the company is going to conduct the audits? Is it external audit coming in, an external auditor? Is it an internal audit? How often are these audits done? What are the topics looked at? What are the protocols provided? All of that would have been clearly defined within the presentation that they would provide for us under those specific headings. So for example, audits, inspections, monthly reports, trend analysis, etc. So everybody was on the same understanding and everybody understood what they were going to do. Now, I'm going to give you guys another golden nugget that I feel is also very important. Something that I would request from my management was to support me in conducting a workshop over a weekend. What I would do is I would find a venue, or my administrator would find us a venue in a decent place where we could be well seated, proper projector available, nice air conditioned environment, where we could sit down together and brainstorm and also discuss certain aspects and understand how each department is working from a safety perspective. What I mean by that is, what I would do is I would say to each one of my safety guys, I'd say, okay, so for example, Lawrence, please assist us prepare a presentation with regard to the functions of how the overall HSE officers are going to be managed from our side and how are they going to be managed from their company side. What is the interfacing between the both parties and how is that going to, how are they going to work hand in hand? So what they would do is each of my guys would go in and do his presentation based on those topics, and I would say, okay, so Dragon, you can assist us with incident investigations. Paul, you can assist us with cranes, how we're going to manage our cranes and lifting equipment, etc. Wayne, you can assist us with regards to auditing, etc., etc. So that's how I would do it. And based on that information, what the guys would then do was they would come back, do a presentation. We would go for a Saturday and a Sunday. One advantage was obviously it was nice that it was a paid weekend as well, where we could go and sit together and work from the morning, from around 8 o'clock till around 4:30. We would sit together with the different safety people from the different companies, and that was why our opportunity from a management perspective was how to demonstrate to the contractors, safety people, how are we going to run this project. When it comes to incident investigations, what do we expect? What documentation do we expect? What do you all have? Can you all show us what you all have that we can see which is better, and then we can agree on templates, and thereafter we can agree and utilize those templates. So these things we did at a very, very early stage where she files and stuff was still in the review process and hadn't even yet been approved from our side. And I can tell you that the benefits of having such a workshop was tremendous, because everybody clearly understood roles and responsibility, who was responsible to do what, how was it going to work, etc. Another thing that I would also do as another nugget, if you want to take it as a nugget, was I would request for a meeting with the relevant contractor once they were appointed. Okay. So this was over and above the normal type of meeting process. I would request and say, okay, I'll send out an invite for the project manager, site manager, construction manager, maybe up until superintendent level, safety manager, and head office safety manager. Okay. I would then invite my project manager, site manager, construction manager, and maybe the safety manager for that project that's managing that project, but I'm overseeing the project. What I would then do was, I would request for them in the meeting to please share with us. I would obviously give them the agenda, and I would request for them to please provide to us the lessons learned that they've experienced on the previous projects. Okay. Now, I can tell you from a personal experience that I did this with one of the contractors. I think it was with Kent's, and I didn't get the best of responses or the most happiest faces that I can tell you based on that meeting that we had. And the reason for that was because I basically had caught them with their pants down. They were not prepared for that meeting because they had not conducted a post-mortem of their previous project, and they did not have proper lessons learned of their previous project. Now, they were currently working on one or two other projects around us, and I had known that there was a lot of incidents that were taking place on those specific projects. So I also started asking them questions based on those specific incidents as well. So what have you done about falling objects? What have you done about lifting and rigging activities? How you manage these processes, you know? So because I started asking them these things from the initial stages of the kickoff process, I was already making them understand where we stand as a company and what we're expecting of them to have in place before they can even start working on the project. And then a lot of grumpy faces went and said, sorry, we don't have this documents, etc., etc. They walked out of the meeting very grumpy and upset. And the corporate safety manager couldn't stay behind, and he actually said, hey, thank you very much for what you've done. And I asked him why. He said to me, because you are one of the only clients that has ever asked us for this. So this puts our management and everyone else that should have done this thing in a situation where they're now forced to do it because they were not forthcoming in doing this thing without being prompted. And I said to him, I explained, and obviously some of the questions that answers that I was given at the time was, well, we've already provided you guys with a sheet plan and a fall protection plan. Why do you want to have this additional information? I said, yes, because on your previous project, you would have submitted exactly the same sheet plan with a few changes from our side. From your previous project, you would have had exactly the same fall protection plan and risk assessments in place. But why did these things happen? So have you identified why they're happening so that you can fix it, so that when you come on my project or our project, we do not see the exact same things happening from your side, you know? And then eventually the light started coming on, and yes, the light bulbs slowly started turning on their heads. And they came back to me and said, hey, okay, we've done X, Y, Z. So what I did was I rearranged the meeting 4 days later, because I think I had a meeting on the Monday and we reconvened on the Friday. And then I allowed them to present based on the topic, the conversation we had, what I asked them to do. They presented, they showed us the lessons learned, what they did, what they were going to implement, what they were improving on our project already from the start, but based on the questions that I was asking them, not based on their own proactive approach from a management perspective, but based on the questions that I had asked them in that regards. But again, the output that we got from that and the benefit that we got from conducting this approach with them was huge, because one, it put them on the back foot on thinking about, hey, these guys are really stringent when it comes to safety. We can't come in and try our luck here. Because they had worked with us on one or two other projects, but they got away with quite a bit, because I was also not yet appointed in that position to oversee all the projects. I was managing my projects, etc., with Clinical Health here and a few of the others. And then when I was later appointed in that position, I had the overall overview of all of it, so I could look into these different projects and see, oh, you're doing this wrong, oh, you're doing that wrong. So I identified even my own trends within these different projects under these different companies. And that's why I could pinpoint specific areas of concern. So what I'm trying to highlight here is, as you are growing and you're developing as a safety professional, you will be able to at times be in position of power where you can do these certain things, where you can implement these certain things, even from a corporate perspective, where you can start inputting this information within your health and safety specification. I would like you to submit to us a presentation based on your last 3 projects or 4 projects, lessons learned. How are you going to ensure that these lessons learned will not be repeated on our project. What have you done? Show us your monitoring process as to how you will ensure that this will be done, etc., etc. And then the benefits at the end of the day would be tremendous, because you, as I said, you are making them start from the beginning to understand where your company is, how stringent you are, what requirements they need to comply with, as well as what for them to start putting these measures in place. You know, many times, I don't know if you guys have worked on different projects before where, let's say you're having, excuse me, you're having quite a lot of falling objects, okay? Now, what normally will happen is when you're having a lot of these falling objects, I'm going to go into a bit of this in the second training as well, but I just want to touch on it. When you find that you're having a lot of falling objects, you will have maybe the first one, the second one. By the second one already, you already now need to start asking yourself, hey, why are we having all these, the second falling object? What's the cause of it? And you need to already start looking at measures in place that you can prevent it from happening again. By the time you come to the third falling object, you already have a proper fall protection management plan, falling object management plan, mitigations in place, already got people responsible to do these things, contractors already been informed and notified, all of these things have already been in place. Don't wait for your third, your fourth, your fifth falling object, and then you got the client coming and knocking on your door and saying, Fabian, we've seen that you've had 5 falling objects. So what are you doing about these falling objects on your project site? And then you're umming and eyeing because you're not prepared. In the same way, you can prepare these documentation in advance and that's what I was also asking these guys to do. Don't wait for the falling objects to start happening on our site, because you should have already had a falling object management plan or mitigation plan from your other project that's right next door to us, because we know that you're having a lot of falling objects there. Now, Mr. Kent Corporate, how have you ensured that this is going to come to our project without us having the same situation next door to us, but your same company and your same management? And then obviously they come back to us and say, okay, yes, we will put this contingency plan in place, and this is how we're going to start from the beginning of the project. So what we are saying here is that this would be seen as your proactive approach as to what you're expecting them to comply with. Okay, so what is also good, what I like to do is within my kickoff meetings, I also feel, okay, sorry, I just wanted to touch in a little bit on that meeting that we had, that workshop that we had. Some of the benefits as well is that the guys and the ladies got to interact with each other on a personal level. There was some time for networking, there was some time for chit chat, to just get to know the people on a personal level as well. You know, it wasn't all about work. There was lunchtime where we could sit together on a big table and laugh and joke with each other, and some time in the morning before we started, and also there was some time just before the end when we would have had a light tea or something, a snack, and then we could also chat. So what I'm saying to you is that a lot of these workshop and meetings that you can have during your kickoff processes in the initiation stages is your way of also networking between your people as well. So yeah, that's one of the advantages of you conducting it in that way. What else? Okay, so some other information that's also required for you to consider to be included in your kickoff meeting, especially from a safety perspective, is that you want to understand from them what is the scope of work that the company will be performing, that they understand it, that it's clearly defined, that there's a clear split between brownfield and greenfield activities, permit requirement, permit requests. What part do we have to play within their permit applications or those things that has to happen from their side, excuse me, directly to the client. Okay, when it came to greenfields, obviously all permits came through us, and it was all conducted through our company. So preconditions to meet the schedule, there were some discussions on construction prerequisites, looking at some construction engineering, health and safety, environmental protection, as well as some security pointers that you would have listed within your section from you to them. And then you would be able to easily explain to them what they would need to do from their part. Now, let me go out here and I want to show you all a few. Sorry, let me just remember again. So I can share my screen. So I showed you guys, so from an example, from a kickoff meeting, this will be an example of an agenda that would have been shared with the contractor in advance. So these are now looking at the safety documents. I'm going to go through now. I just want to show you that this is what was listed from the safety side. Okay. So certain aspects that would have been included in the kickoff meeting would have been with regard to the SHE file. So it says here, please arrange the SHE files within this week. Company HSE will assist you for a whole week from 7 a.m. to 5 o'clock to assist you reviewing the file. Now, let me explain to you something why we did this. This was done because the contractor's safety personnel were struggling something terribly to get their files approved. Okay. And believe me when I tell you that we were not trying to be difficult. It was just basic information, basic stuff that they should have had conducted in place, and it would have been easily approved. But we struggled. So what decision I made was to help the contractors, because I was asked this as well from our project management team. Hey, we're struggling to get the contractors to start on time because the delay is always coming from the safety file approvals. So I suggested to them, I said, okay, no problem. What I will do is I will provide you with one of my stronger guys, whether it's a deputy safety manager or a senior safety coordinator, whatever it was, right? They would assist you with step by step going through the sections from 1 up until 27 to make you understand what we need to have in place for this file to be approved, okay? So my guy will assist them for 1 week, every day, 7 for that full 5 days, from 7 in the morning till 5 o'clock in the evening. My guy would only sit with them, assisting them with their file. And this way we managed to bring down the time frame for a file taking in 3 weeks to sometimes 4 weeks to get approved. It was being approved within a week, sometimes a week and maybe 2 days, depending on that person not grasping certain things, etc. So this is just an understanding why I had this in there. Then from a company perspective, we provided the contractors with a DVD pack. So we issued them with certain documents which were required for them to file and assist them. There was also a training session that was held with the appointed approved safety manager and safety officials for them to understand the process flow and how everything flowed and how it needed to work one within with the other as well. So how their department and our department would work as one joint team, in other words, okay? Then when it came to risk assessments, what did we expect them to have? What did we issue them as well from our side, and then what they needed to have in place? So you would have seen baselines and site establishment is the only risk assessment we will allow which are not workshopped. The rest will be workshopped on a desktop review with the site manager, HSE manager, SHE representative, supervisor, artisan, and an assistant. Company safety will attend to prevent risk assessments being rejected. Again, I provided them with one of my safety guys to sit in as part of their team that could have advised them accordingly and say, guys, what about this? Guys, this information is not correct because it's not part of your scope. Or and general advice that my safety guys would sit in with them in those desktop reviews and to ensure that the risk assessment was approved the first time around that it came to us. Now you can imagine the reason why I implemented this as well was because risk assessments were being rejected consistently, and they were not understanding how we expected our risk assessments to be done, and that created a whole lot of unnecessary delays as well. And then I mentioned PDAs, when PDAs must be arranged, etc. Then we looked at training of personnel, okay? Sorry, you should have read personnel, you're not personnel. So training of personnel, what training would have been conducted, how, when, by who was required, that would also be provided to them on a training matrix to clearly define or understand the site manager, what are the trainings that they should have had in place. Then relevant procedures and regulations that we have shared with them, what information they needed for working at heights, also understanding that they needed a 10-1A that needed to be trained on 22994 unit standard for protection plan developer. And then safety, again, personnel, that should have been with regards to all personnel to be interviewed by the company safety management, construction management as well, that would be included in that. They needed to submit a breach CV to us with their certification before we could approve them. So obviously this was also prior to this data is dated 2021 for the training, but this was done prior to 2014 requirements for SACP CMP safety officer. Okay. And then you had your work permit procedure, what needed to be done, who was responsible, blah, 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 right? Then you assess 558, company permits, that would have all the training and information was also provided to them on the company DVD, but we also provided training from our side for the people to understand the permit requirements and how it worked. And then our stand down period once a month, safety site walks, when it was conducted, all of that information was on there, safety meeting information, some safety reporting, when it must be handed in to us, when, how, by whom, some daily manpower reports, the HSC kickoff meeting. You can see here I included that information into this as well, so that I expected them to have that in place for us. And then equipment inspection, large movements of equipment, what was required of them, etc. Right, so all of this would have been discussed within the kickoff meeting between us and our contractors. Now, if I come to, I'm going to share with you also that you'll understand. So what I would do is, as I mentioned to you, within the process flows, my safety guys would have had, this would have been a sample of a process flow, right? So this is a sample of a process flow that one of my safety guys, Lawrence, drafted up for us for that training as well that I mentioned. So you'd see here, these are daily activities. What was the activities that were needed? What were the relevant documentation that would have been done in the morning time? What information that would be applicable to them that they need to understand within the process flow? And what would happen again at 9 o'clock, at 9:30, at 2 o'clock, and the next day at 9 o'clock. So basically starting the process off again from there. What would they need to be providing us? So in other words, proof of closeout, statistical man hours or report for this day. Daily documentation that would be captured, etc., for the previous, for the day before. All right. And then when you look at your physical audit, when was the physical audit? Now you'll see that these were all hyperlinked as well. So I had the guys hyperlinking these, which they would click on it and open up directly to their template. So it made life so much easier. So everything that had a red overline or a red outline, excuse me, with the shading would have would be a hyperlink that they could just click on, and then it opens up to the actual template. And then we had some daily inspections that needed to be done barricading walkways, PPE, tools, permits, etc. And then we had the weekly stuff that they needed to provide. And then there was also the monthly inspections and stuff that they needed to provide. Okay. So that's your presentation for that topic. I'll give you another example of some of them were very simplified because I didn't need it for the guys to have too much detail into it, but just for everybody to understand. And you'll see what I also did that made life easier. And this was also displayed in everyone's offices and on the boards, not such a notice board, but on in the offices, especially laminated and put up in an A3. So everybody understood what they needed to do and who needed to do what. So if you looked at the left-hand side, that would have been, for example, Linda, right? What needed to happen for the risk assessment? Then it would start, contractor to issue a request to Linda for a risk assessment workshop. That will go through to the Linda safety official or manager who will attend the workshop. Then Nadia to issue Brendan for signature and stamp. This would have gone through the relevant process down the line. So I'm showing you here now how each person would have fitted into the process within this. So yeah, you can see again a hyperlink to the method statement template, the risk assessment template, all of that was clearly issued to the contractor. So they could have just clicked on this if they had the soft copy, that would have opened up the document. If they had opened up the if they had it printed out, obviously, then they would just use this information for them to understand the processes. And then if you see right on the top here, this was also on a hyperlink. This would have been the procedure of the risk assessment from our side for them to understand how the risk assessment process would work. And then what I would do is from the green would be for the contractors and the purple would have been for information. Okay. So everybody could clearly understand what to happen, how it must happen, how does it link up, and how does it flow back to the start, to the risk assessment to start the process again. That would happen for sometimes if the risk assessment needed to be revised, if the risk assessment was rejected, all of that would have been in there. But since we started having our guys as part of the teams, part of their risk assessment teams, very few risk assessments were being rejected. Okay, so that's on those. Right, so okay, another example, another document that I wanted to share with you guys that I think is also important is the CD pack or DVD pack that it later became excuse me, that we would share with them. So what we would do is we would provide them with this document. So this document was the folder for ad hoc documents. This would have shown you, okay, the observation log and sends, it needs to be completed daily and kept in the contractor file. So if they clicked on this document here, it would have obviously opened up to the hyperlink of that document. Okay, so all the different documents, a folder for auditing, what's the protocol kept on file, folder for construction appointments, what construction appointments, we would have given them samples and examples of every single thing. That this way, they would clearly understand from the time that they started till the time that the project completed, what they needed to have in place, what documentation had to be in place, when and how, and that every document was available to them, even up until statistical reports and even up until project handover and completion. So we obviously later on moved on to, from that was the initial one that I made. And then we later moved on to the HSE PAC index. Okay, so this was the one. So we had the audit protocols done like this, still with the hyperlink documents here from the DVD pack, which we would have then provided them. So if they opened that DVD pack, put it into their laptop, and they clicked on this company document, it would have taken them in the DVD to their documents, and they would have been able to either print it out or fill it out, whatever they wanted to do. But obviously they would have had to save it separately on their computer. Okay, so this was what we did, how we worked. You can see up until audit protocol, baseline, issue-based and continuous-based, construction appointments, emergency management plans, cranes, high-ups, man baskets, all our different checklists that we expected them to complete prior to them being allowed to start working on site. Field or site physical checklist, general posters. We even gave them samples of general posters. Induction trainings, what other trainings we provided for them. Training records and registers. Incident management, lessons learned from our own previous projects as well, so that they could understand some lessons learned that they could have learned from as well. Then we had the different documentation from the different company or clients, documents, even up until WCL2 forms we had provided for them within this. Legal register, list of hazardous materials from our side to them, look ahead, monthly required documents, overview project information, policies, plot plans, psychological questionnaires, safety improvement plans. I even added that for them to help them with falling objects and those kind of things that they could have considered that they might not have even thought about or had plans in place for those specific aspects. So all of our work that we were doing through the projects, we were compiling this into our library, and at the end of the day, we could have provided them with all of this information for free, and that they can go back also and use this information to benefit themselves and the project. All right, and then some set documents from the client, some sheet file documents, and you can see site establishment checklists, improvements, walkthroughs, procedures, etc., etc. And that went up until weekly reports as well as close out reports as well for the project. So this is just an example again as to what you can do. A lot of work and time and effort goes into these things, ladies and gentlemen. But believe you me, when it is done, if you are in a position where you can delegate certain things like this to your administrator or safety officer that might be quite quick on the computer, you can also do it in that way. That's something that I will show you with regards to managing of your teams, which we will be covering in the next training segment, okay? When it came to, so next we're going to be covering now the topic on sheet files, which is quite extensive. I think I'm going to go into a few more show and tell documentation, and then I'll open it up for some questions, and then we will cover ourselves. We will start from here when we come back on the 6th of March, okay? So I'm going to stop for now. Let me see if I can show you guys a few other documents. So the qualification, bid clarification, kickoff meeting, I've shown the construction execution plan. So the construction execution plan was a document that will also be prepared prior to the construction activity taking place. And it is much more relating to the construction execution rather than being safety execution. Although there's some safety information in there, this information is clearly for construction, right? And there's a bit of quality in there, all of that stuff as well. Okay, excuse me. So yeah, it speaks about what scope of work, the different scope for the civil activities that are going to be taking place. And then it goes into further for mechanical, structural steel, piping, tankage, electrical, all of that would have been included. So you can see what I used to do. This yellow highlighter that you see on here is what I used to do in each of my documents, whether it is from a construction or constructability perspective. I would highlight everything in the document that had to do with safety, health and safety and environment, and I would highlight it so that it is easily identifiable for me. So I would copy these and paste them into certain documents where I could go back and refer to this within the sections of these documents. Because some of these documents, for example, are not kept in the safety folder or safety file in the system. It might be on the construction folder in the, if you were using a shared folder or something like that, but you can find the documents, identify what is pertaining to safety of interest for you, and then you can highlight it within these documents as well. Okay. You got your contractors diagrams as well that clearly defines what to do in the kickoff meeting, what happens thereafter, the flow and processes that need to be followed. Also nicely explained and clearly defined, right? Not so much detailed as my ones. I used to like putting more information in mine and who's responsible from my team so that nobody can say, I don't know, I didn't know that I'm supposed to do this. Okay. There's a few flow charts again. So not really a flow chart, it's labeled as such. Well, it says flow charts, but these are the ones that would have been available. Okay, so yeah, these are some documents that I'm just showing you guys. We're going to be touching on these with regards to the safety file as well. The SHE spec that is going to be going in, so I'll add it into the SHE file. Updated SHE plan that will also go into the SHE file. So whatever other documentation and stuff that we're going to be sharing on and discussing on the 6th as well. So I'm just having a quick look to see if there's anything else quickly that I can share on. Okay, there's the project charter information. So this is just an overview of what the project charter entails. This is also shared with you guys on the material on the Google Drive. All right, so everybody will have access to this to understand what is the project charter and what it looks like as a sample as well. And then I got a hyperlink at the bottom here as well, where you can click on it to get to the website where I've identified or found this information. Okay, so it's now 2:20. We got a hell of a lot. You can still see there's too much information that we still need to cover, which we will be covering on the 6th. So yes, quite a lot of great stuff that still needs to be shared. So I'd like to now open it up to the floor for any questions, etc. So please go ahead if you have any questions or any statements at this point in time. Do we have any questions? Any statements, anything before we close the session?
Hi, Fabian, and everybody else. I'd just like to say this was very informative, especially the first section. The stuff that we never get to sit in.
Yes.
You know, right in the beginning, like the charter, and I suppose, and I'm hoping that as we grow in our positions, they include us in these things.
Yes.
You know, and then like now, you never know what my next job will be, and now I can talk the lingo as well. Being a woman in this industry, you also know it's a little bit, we've got to work extra hard. And when you can talk the same language as the guys, they do respect you more, as you said.
Correct.
And as safety, they don't respect safety. So this for me it's very informative, and I have been taking notes, and I can say I'm walking away with a lot of information. Thank you for that.
Thank you, L'Oreal. No problem. Thank you. Anyone else would like to share before we close? Are there any questions from any other sections that you'd like a bit of understanding on, or you'd like to discuss something on that area, or you'd like to share an experience, anything, please feel free.
Me again, Fabian, if you don't mind, I'm going to run through the notes of everything that we've been through. In the next, the 6th, you said that?
Yes.
If you don't mind, maybe we could have a floor open just for 5 or 10 minutes, just to see if there was any further questions
Okay,
From-
no problem.
the first bits of training.
No problem, no problem, Nada. We can do that. Thanks for that suggestion as well.
Okay,
Thanks.
okay. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else quickly before we close? So everyone else can enjoy the rest of their Sunday. Okay, nobody else. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you again.
Thank you. I see.
Okay, bye.
That's
Bye.
great. Thanks.
See some hands clapping there from Gloria. You good, Gloria? She liked it?
All good here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. I hope you will have learned something from today's session. And I'm sure that on the next one as well, we'll have a healthy conversation and some more food sharing. And I promise to throw in quite a lot more nuggets of my own personal experiences within my life, what I've implemented and what I've also learned through the years. Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks again. Same to you.
Okay.
Fabian,
Yes, Kapela?
sorry man. I can't get access to the drive. Did you share it?
Let me just check something quickly.
It's saying access denied. I don't know why.
Access denied. Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, I also totally forget.